Commission resumes. We're pleased to welcome back Advocate Bezos from his successful lecture tour to France. Major General, nice to see you back as well. We've had a bit of a delay. I suggest you stand up. I'll swear you in again. Would you? Will you swear that the evidence you will give before this commission will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I swear, so help me God.
I swear, so help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr.
Bethatha
Sven is back,
isifungo,
Mr.
General.
Welcome back. Mr. Ngwane, you have more questions in the examination chief, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, General. General,
Morning, Advocate.
you will recall that when we adjourned, I think it was on Monday, we were dealing with the issue of bloodshed. Remember, this is the evening meeting that you had with NUM and AMCU and management. I want to take you to page 2 of G4, which is the paginated page 225 at the bottom right-hand corner of the documents bundle. It's the documents bundle, volume 8. Pagination 225.
Page number again? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Pagination 225.
225. Okay.
I'm going to read a passage, General, and I'd like you to very briefly just explain to the Commission what you sought to convey to the meeting. It begins at the 4th line from the bottom. The sentence beginning, "We do not want to be seen." You see that?
That's correct, Advocate. Chairperson.
You say, "We do not want to be seen as the police that go in there and more," and then inaudible. "That is what," and then inaudible. "Citizens of the situation the President I heard. I understand and I have seen, but the issue that you also raised, some of your members, they're very, very angry that to say they are there against their will." And this is you addressing the meeting. Secondly, you say, is that others, they are also injured. So we need also to be addressed to that, because that is what we need to address in terms of, but the issue of whether they hand in firearms or they hand in, because we can just want to assure you, the intelligence is they are hiding in their blankets. It is going to be bloodshed. We still have to resolve that. We still have to resolve that, and we are also no more prepared. We have already lost 2 police officers. We are no more prepared, and we are not going to lose another police officer. Are you still with me, General?
Correct, Chairperson.
So I do not know what you are going to do, but we are putting this to you as a leadership, and we trust you to say that this will have to be resolved. I am going to also see AMCU people, but I need to put it to you to say you cannot come and do like this. We do not know how many people might die tomorrow or tonight, and people are dying. I know that you also come up and say, but why police are not intervening, but they cannot intervene in the situation that we see, that it is going to cause more harm than good.
Apha ubebuza uGeneral ngentetho abeyenza phaya ngeli xesha nge-15 enaba bantu ababele imibutho ebaxelela okokuba sekube kwabakho uphalalo legazi phaya, kube khona amapolisa amabili aswelekalayo, akasafuni ukuba kube khona abanye abantu mabeze apha waze watsho ukuba uzayothetha ne-AMCO eyixelela yonke le nto okokuba makwenziwe into engxamisileyo ezokwenza okokuba kubekho isisombululo kule nto.
What did you seek to convey to the trade union when you said what you said there, General?
Buza ngokokuba yintoni kahle abefuna ukuyixelela abaphethe iinkokheli zemibutho le yabasebenzi xa ethetha lamazwi kubo, yintoni wayebaxelela yona kakuhle?
Chairperson, I was persuading Mr. Zokon to convince the protesters at the copy to hand in weapons voluntarily.
Apha mhlekazi ndandicenga umhlekazi uzokwana okokuba akwazi uyothetha naba bantu ababonise abacenga okokuba babeke izixhobo zabo phansi.
Chairperson, on Saturday, the firearms, on Sunday, the firearms from the security personnel were taken.
Ngecawe mhlekazi kwakuthethwe imipu ye-security.
On Monday,
Sorry, General, by whom were those firearms taken from security?
by protesters.
Buza
It
okokuba
is allegedly by protesters.
ngobani ababethethe le mipu, uthi kuthiwa yayithethwe ngaba abacancalaza.
On Monday, the police firearms and radios were taken,
Wathi ke
also by
ngosombuluko,
protesters.
kwabo kuthathwa imipu ne-radio zamapolisa nazo zithathwa ngabo babecancalaza.
And also there was an intelligence that others, particularly coming from the media, that they saw others that they had firearms underneath their blankets.
Kwakukho nengxelo ke eyevela kwezobuntlola ababeyifumene kwaba bezindaba okokuba kukho abantu phaya abaphethe imipu phansi kwezingubo ezi babezinxibile.
The reason for such a serious persuasion, it was to put in the right context of how they should see the situation like myself.
Ngoku ndithetha nabo ke ndanizama ukubabonisa okokuba imeko imaxongo ngoluphi uhlobo phaya ukuba nabo bayibone ngolo hlobo.
The most preferred, due to our doctrines, it was the leadership to take a stand to let the people voluntarily hand over the weapons rather than the police doing the dispersal process.
Ndandizama ke njenge bayibeka imigaqo okokuba masenze zonke inzame okokuba abantu bazibekele bona phansi izixhobo ezi ngaphandle kokuthi amapolisa azangene enze ukuhlahlaza ukuba abahlakaze.
Chairperson, when a dispersal has to take place, obviously force has to be used, and that is what I was referring to in terms of the situation of what might have appeared.
Ngoku ke xa kusasazwa abantu kuyokusebenziswe izigalo yiyo lento bendithetha ngayo kokuba yayingafuneka ukuba yenzeke.
Yes, okay. You refer to bloodshed there. In the middle of that,
Uye wathetha apha ngophalalo legazi.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
may I proceed, Chair, so the commissioners were conferring. General, you refer to bloodshed.
Apha uthetha ngophalalo legazi general.
What, in your estimation then, was going to cause bloodshed?
ngokubona kwakho ke ngelo xesha yayizawubangelwa yintoni kokuba kubekho ukuphalela kwegazi apho?
Chairperson, I said, I know that we do not know how many people might die tomorrow or tonight, and people are dying. That was the situation that was taking place.
Ndathi apha andinalazo ukuba kuyawusweleka abantu abangaki namhlanje nasebusuku ngoba sekukho abantu abaswelekile kule meko.
So the bloodshed that I was referring to, it's what has happened and what is happening currently and what might also happen in the future.
Oluphalalo legazi ndanithetha ngalo into eyayisayenzekile eyayiqhubeka kwenzeka nangalo xesha nento ezozenzeka kwixesha elizayo.
By that time, I did not know that the incident of the 16 will happen, but I did also see that if the dispersal has to take place, there might be shooting taking place either from the police or either from the protesters and also from the police.
Ndandingekazi ke ngelo xesha kokuba kuzawubakho esehlakalo sange-16 kodwa into bendiyazi okokuba xa kukho usasazo lwabantu apho kungenzeka kokuba kubekho abadubulayo mhlawumbe ovela kubaqhankqalazi kanene ngasemapoliseni.
So in other words, the blood that you thought was going to be shed would be the blood of strikers or police or both. Is that correct?
Ayethetha ngophalalo legazi ugeneral wayethetha okokuba ngahle kwenzeke kubekho uphalalo legazi ngasebanqhankqalazini
That's because the strikers were in possession of firearms, which they'd taken from the security guards and the police, and might well use them. And of course, the police, in disarming them, would use firearms as well. Is that the way you saw it?
Uyibona ngolo hlobo general ngoba kwakho impu yaseyithethwe iphethwe ngabaqhankqalazi nokuthi xa kukho olusasazo bangahle badubule bona ikanene amapolisa asebenzise imiphu.
Chairperson, when a dispersal process takes place, we do not use sharp ammunition.
Xa siyenza lo msebenzi lo wokusasaza abantu ke asisebenzise imiphu le nezimbumbulu zentsimbi.
But what I'm saying is that the individuals, those that had firearms, they might also shoot at the police. And the police might defend themselves, the individuals.
Ndandithetha ngaba
That's
babephethe
why,
imiphu kubaqhankqalazi.
that's why what you're saying is, I understand you, I want to make sure I understand you correctly, is that the strikers who are being disarmed might use their firearms, even I suppose might use pangas and so forth, and that would cause bloodshed in the part of the police, shed police blood. Equally, the police in defending themselves would presumably have to regard it as necessary to fire back, in which case some of the strikers' blood could also be shed. Is that the way you understand it?
Ubuyibeka ngolo hlobo general okokuba kungenzeka ukuthi xa kusasazwa aba bantu aba baphethe imiphu badubule ukuthi ke amapolisa ekuzikheseleni kwabo kwimiphu noma kuyiphanga lezi beziphethe nabo basebenzisa umpu bese kubakho uphalalo legazi apha.
That's correct, Chairperson, but I was not only referring on the following day, but what I was referring to, and that maybe this is what I wanted to, that's why I was saying there, tomorrow or tonight, and people are dying.
Ndandingathethi ke ngento ezokwenzeka ngemini elandelayo apha mhlekazi yonto endithanda ukuyichaza kokuba bese yenzekile lento ndathi kubo njengoba seyenzekile nanamhla ebusuku ingenzeka noma nanini na.
General, you also it may be put to you by those who may cross-examine you that you considered that there might be bloodshed if the police went and did the dispersion, say on the 15th.
Kuzawuthi kwaba baza kubuza imibuzo general kuvele intetho yokuba ubusazi okokuba xa kuya amapolisa engena phaya ayosasaza aba bantu kungahle kubekho uphalalo legazi.
But then on the 16th, barely 24 hours later, the police implemented the dispersal action.
Kutheke ngemini elandelayo nge-16 kungakagqithi ne-hours ezingu-24 amapolisa alenza alithatha olo nyathelo lokusasaza aba bantu.
What had changed by the 16th?
Intoni ke yaseyijikile isitshintshile yayiguqukile nge-16 xa kwenziwa le nto.
To
Before he
enable
answers,
the
I'm
police.
sorry, Mr. Ngubane, before he answers that question, shouldn't you put some of the other passages in this debriefing transcript to him as well, so we can better understand his argument, particularly the passage at the foot of page 230 going on to the top of page 231.
Chair, you'll recall I read through all of this on Monday.
Exactly explained fully what he meant, surely, by the passage at the foot of 230 and the top of 231. Wouldn't his answer the question that you asked him a moment ago, be easier to understand against that background also?
Okay, General, for the sake of completion, may I take you also to paginated 228? That'll be page 5 for those who don't have the pagination. That'll be page 5 of triple G4. At the bottom, you continue, you say 3 lines from the bottom. Now I need to do my job. And you all also call me to remove firearms. I cannot go there and disarm people. It will be bloodshed. So then I need to, and then it becomes inaudible, and you continue to say, and go to a specific house, disarm, and so on. You see that?
Uyayibona loo nto, General?
Chairperson, yes.
Apha kuthethwa khona le nto yokokuba kuyawudingeka okokuba kuyongena kuseshe phaya kuthathwe izixhobo.
You go on later in the same excerpt, talking about beating this elephant bit by bit, because me going there to the mountain, disarming people, it is going to be bloodshed. You see that?
Apho uchubeka khona ukuthi ukuya kwamphaya entabeni ndiyothathela abantu izixhobo kuzawuba nophalalo legazi. Uyayibona loo nto?
Chairperson, that's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
Later on the same page, towards the bottom of the page, around lines perhaps 16, 17, you say they will have to act, and we are also not prepared to use less bullets, and I know that you do not want us to shoot.
Apho uthi khona ndiyazi okokuba kufanelanga sihambe sidubula nje sidubula.
Line 16, it's actually line 26.
Ah, yes, sorry. Yes, Chair, about line 26. You then continue and say, here it is that the police are shooting, are killing people, and we do not want to go that route. But at the same time, we are also not prepared that our members should die, but we have a duty to disarm.
Apho uthi khona asifuna okokuba konzakale amalungu ethu kodwa ke sinomsebenzi ekufanele siwenze wokuba sibathathele ezi zixhobo zabo.
You then at the bottom of the page, that's 230 pagination, page 7 of triple G4, about line 28, 3 lines from the bottom. You say, I cannot go to the mountain. It is not, has never been strategically in my training. I have not taught because I must disarm somebody. How do I disarm somebody with an axe and I have a firearm? It'll never work. There is no training in the whole world to be like that. See that?
Apho wachaza khona ukuba akukho uqeqesho noma phi kulomhlaba apho kufanele ukuba uyothathela umuntu izixhobo ezifana nemzembe wena uphethe umpu. Uyayibona loo nto?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mntu.
Now, we need to put these in perspective. I will also read what Mr. Matunjwa says. When I take you to page 234, pagination page 234, page 11 of triple G4. You testified, either on Friday or Monday, that what you understood Mr. Matunjwa to be saying when he said, so our impression, this is about line 8, starting at about line 8 on that page. So our impression is that they are willing to go back to work, but we must come at 9 o'clock. He is giving now a report back of what his impression was from the mountain when he was addressing those people.
Apha uMathunja washo ukuba bona banengqondo yokuba aba bantu bazimisele ukuba bangabuyela emsebenzini kodwa mabeze ngemini elandelayo ngo9.
He said their overall impression, that is Mr. Matunjwa and his group, their impression, was that they did welcome us and they are prepared that by tomorrow surely there will be a way forward. By all these things will be over. That is our impression, not even an interpretation, that is what they said.
Lento yayithethwa uMathunja kuyinkolelo yakhe engatsho okokuba into ethethwe ngaba bantu kokuba yena ukholelwa ukuba lento izakwenzeka ngomso njengoba bethetha nawo.
I seek here just to put things in perspective. I don't want to ask you the same questions. You've given evidence that of what you understood Mr. Matunja to be saying there, that Mr. Matunja meant that people will lay down their arms.
Uye wayithetha lento kubungqina bakho washo kokuba uMathunja wayeveza ngolubuhlobo lento xa esithi unethemba lokuba baza kuzibeka phansi izixhobo ngemini elandelayo aba bantu.
Chairperson, correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
There was a second factor on the next page, pagination 235, page 12 of G4, around about line 10, where Mr. Matunja says, so that is our belief that this thing will be over by tomorrow. But they made it clear, by they, of course, is referring to the people at the copy. They made it clear that they do not want NUM there. And then
Wayiveza ngolo hlobo uMathunja kokuba bathe aba bantu basenza kuba sikholwe baza kubuye izawuphela lento ngomso kodwa bayenze yacaca into yokuba abayifuni inumpaya.
Then in line 14 to 16, you ask him a pointed question. You say to him, are you saying tomorrow they will hand in their weapons, they will disperse? To which he responds, yes.
Wabuza ke wena wathi kuye usho ukuba ngomso baza kuzibeka
Not
phansi
sure that
izixhobo.
that's an unequivocal affirmative reply that he gives, because
Yes, Chair,
he
I
says
was-
some other stuff as well, so it's
Yes,
a bit misleading just to say he says yes and then put a full stop there when it isn't on the transcript.
Empendulweni yakhe uMathunja wathi ewe kodwa wabesengeza okunye apho akuchaza.
He gives an affirmative answer. He then proceeds to lament the fact that AMCU should not be seen as a union that encourages violence.
Waphinda washo kokuba iAMCO mayingajongwa njengombutho wenza ophembelela udushe.
You testified that what you understood Mr. Matunja to be saying in clear and unambiguous terms was that people were going to lay down their arms, that this thing will be resolved tomorrow.
Uthi ke wena kubungqina bakho intetho kaMathunja wayiva ukuba wenza isithembiso kokuba aba bantu baza kuzibeka phansi izixhobo ngemini elandelayo bohlukane.
You confirm that.
Kunjalo?
Chairperson, confirmed.
Ewe kunjalo.
The third pointer is on the next page, pagination 236, page 13 of G4.
Kwikhasi elilandelayo. Page
Line
30.
7 on that page. Sorry, am I interrupting the interpreter?
No, thanks.
Line 7, where you testify that this was Major General Anande, who said, then also we absolutely welcome the fact that you are saying you are denouncing the violence and that will mean that these people will hand in their firearms so that we can then sit with yourselves and leadership. We can then have a practical plan in terms of that so that people will be in a position to then, in that demarcated area, and put down the pangas and spears and whatever. To which Mr. Matunjwa responds, several lines down, I mean from tomorrow, when we engage them, maybe some, the way forward will be saying, wherever, just leave whatever, and then police come and collect it. Maybe sometimes if I come and bring it to you, there will be that sort of, and then it trails off.
Uthe xa ebuza nguGeneral Anandeli ukuthi ndikuva kakuhle mfondini ekuthetha noMathunja okokuba uthi ngoba naku nina aningobantu abafuna udushe uyasethembisa okokuba aba bantu baza kuzibeka phansi izixhobo imipu nezinye izinto ezizabo kukwazi okokuba ke sithi thina sithethe nani njengenkokheli ukuba funyanwe icebo lokokuba lento ingaphezwa ngoluphi uhlobo babeke phansi iphanga zabo nemikhonto. Wathi kuma ephendula uMathunjwa, into endiyithethayo kokuba sizawuthetha nabo ngomso, mhlawumbe kungenzeka okokuba athi sithi kubo mabazibeke apho lezinto apho bekhona abese ezamapolisa ezichola ezithatha.
You testified, General, that that was also, in your understanding, a clear indication that Mr. Matunjwa was saying the people are going to disarm voluntarily tomorrow. Do you confirm that?
Njengoba esitsho ke apha umhlekazi General weva okokuba uMathunjwa apha wenza isithembiso sokuba aba bantu ngemini elandelayo ziyawubekwa phansi izixhobo.
Chairperson confirmed.
Ewe kunjalo.
You then played devil's advocate, and you said, well, if they don't disarm, then what?
Wabesubuza lo mbuzo.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I did hear my learned friend when he first started on along this line, that in a way he was putting context to what the chairman raised. But now it's going on and on and on, and it's a repetition of what we have heard already. Is it really necessary?
Uthi umhlekazi uMadlanga ike yavela lento xa ibuza nguchairman ngoku xa eseyibuza umfo kaNgalwana uphinda into eseke sayiva.
Chair, this will become clear when we come back to the question that I was posing.
I think this line of questioning is in order. He was going to put the question which he thought would be put in cross-examination. I'm not sure whether you can put the other side's cross-examination to your own witness-in-chief, but we'll get there if we have to. He was going to put the question to the witness. What are you going to say if someone asks you in cross-examination, why was Thursday different to Wednesday? In the light of what you said. And he put one passage, and I said, well, shouldn't you put some of the others, because there were more specific passages coming, which I thought were necessary to form the context for the answer to the question that was going to be asked by way of anticipating the cross-examination. And I think, to be fair to him, I think he's still doing that, so I don't think I can stop him.
Uthi umhlali ngaphambili mhlawumbe ndime ndenze kokuba umhlekazi uNgalwana abuze le mbuzo ngoba uthe khumbuza afuna ukubuza ukuthi uzawuthini ngoku xa kuthiwa into nento yenzeka ngolesine usachaza ke into eyenzeka ngolesithathu phambi kokuba afike kulowo mbuzo.
Thank you, Chair. You then,
Enkosi.
General, and this is the last pointer to Mr. Matunjwa's,
Ekugqibeleni apha
what
ke
you understood Mr. Matunjwa to be meaning.
apho ndisabuza okokuba uMathunjwa lo wamvisisa okokuba uchaza ntoni apho.
You played devil's advocate and said, well, if there's no voluntary disarmament by the protesters or strikers, then what? And you understood him to say he wasn't prepared to even entertain a negative answer to the question of whether or not these people would disarm. You remember that? That appears
Sorry, I don't see that on
from
page
lines.
237.
Well-
The overall number 14, he says, I don't have a specific answer.
No, well, let me read the whole, the witness has already given an answer, but let me read the whole thing.
Mandiyifunde
Line
yonke.
12. Mr. Matunjwa, pagination 237, page 14 of Triple G4. Mr. Matunjwa, to the question, if they do not hand over tomorrow, what next?
Xa ebuzwa ukuba sokwenza ntoni ke xa bengazibeki phansi izixhobo ngomso. uMathunjwa waphendula ngolu hlobo.
Then at line 12, beginning line 12, this is what Mr. Matunjwa says. Yes, I think it is quite normal to answer that question. The question, if they don't hand over tomorrow, then what?
Lo mbuzo ke abuza wona uMathunjwa uphendula ngolo hlobo.
Because all our desire is a positive adherence to our call.
Wathi uMathunjwa ke ewe ndizawuphendula lo mbuzo ngokuthi izifiso zethu ke zonke kuba kwenzele lento bacela ukuba bayenze.
That everyone, when you say denounce violence, leave whatever that will be injuring people. So I do not have a specific answer what next will happen, because I believe that tomorrow will be a day of joy for everyone. So I have not point in that direction of negativity, of saying no, people will say no to violence or whatever. And again, when we say weapons, what do we mean? Yes, pangas, and what exactly? And I ask you, General, what you understood Mr. Matunja to be saying, to which you responded, he was not even prepared, and I'm paraphrasing, he wasn't even prepared to entertain any negativity on whether or not people were going to voluntarily disarm. Do you confirm that?
Uyayinqenela lento se okokuba xa ngithe xa ndibuza lo mbuzo wathi wena emva kokuba umbuzo lumfoka Mathunjwa ukuba xa bengazibeki phansi isixhobo ngokuyokwenza yantoni wathi yena akazimisele nokucinga njengolo hlobo ngoba intetho yabo ithembiso kokuba ngemini elandelayo kuzoba yimini yovuyo bazobe bayenze yonke lento akukho enye indlela.
Chairperson is confirmed.
Kunjalo mntakazi.
Now, and I take you back to the question that I put to you.
Mandiye kulo mbuzo bendiwubuzileke.
On the evening of the 15th, you say to Mr. Zokwana, the police cannot intervene in this situation. You've testified that you meant that it's better if they, as union leaders, go and address those people, get them to disarm voluntarily, instead of the police implementing a dispersal action because there might be bloodshed, in as much as the police, the protesters with the firearms under their blankets may shoot at the police, and the police may have to shoot back in self-defense. You recall that, you confirmed that was the evidence earlier this morning.
Khumbula lo ntetho ngumngqina bakho kokuba ngokuhla kwe-15 xa uthetha nomhlekazi uZokwana wamxelela ukuba andifuni ukuya nepha emapolisa ngako nicenga uba bona kuba ngabo abayothetha naba bantu babo ukuthi babeke phansi izixhobo ngoba xa kungaya amapolisa phaya enze ungenelelo aba bantu banemimpu abeyifihle phansi kwezingubo ezabazinxibileyo xa bedubula emapoliseni kungahle kunyanzele ukuba amapolisa aphindise azikhusele ngokudubula nawe uyayikhumbula lo ntetho.
Chairperson, correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
Now, what I was saying, what I was asking you, General, was, in cross-examination, a question may very well be put to you that says, on the 15th, you said police cannot go and disarm people because there might be bloodshed. Yet less than 24 hours later, you do exactly that. You go as the police to disarm people.
Ngoku ke umbuzo ungahle ubuzo wona xa sowubuza imibuzo ngabanye abameli general bazawuthi apha nge-15 wawumile kule nto yokuba nikwazi ukwenza ungenelo phaya njengamapolisa ngoba kungahle kube khona le nto yophalalo lwegazi. Ngoku ke ngemini elandelayo yintoni yaseyitshintshile ukuze niye ngoba amapolisa aya phaya ayothatha ayosasaza nokuthatha izixhobo zabo abantu.
So what had changed on the 16th that the police could go and effect the dispersal action that couldn't be done the previous day?
Ngoba nge-15 wawusitsho kokuba ayikwazi ukwenzeka le nto ukuba niye phaya kungahle ngoba ngalobungozi obukhoyo. Umbuzo ke ungahle uthi yintoni yaseyenzeke nge-16 yaseyitshintshe yonke le meko ukuze ningenele.
Chairperson, when I was persuading the two union leadership,
Hlekazi xa ndiyicenga aba iinkokheli zimbili zale mibutho yabasebenzi.
I did testify that on the 14th, the plan was considered and approved by the JOCOM.
Bese ndinikile ukungqina kokuba nge-14 icebo laselibhaliwe lavunyelwa yiJOCOM.
And a dispersal process was also adopted as a principle.
Lento yokuba kungahle kubekho indawo apho ukuyosazazwa khona aba bantu kwakuyingxenye yelo cebo.
On the 15th, when I was persuading and passionately persuading the two union leadership,
Ngoku ke nge-15 xa ndisenza olucengo ndicenga laba iinkokheli ezizimbili zemibutho.
I could not tell them what we as the police, when we have the constitutional mandate of preventing crime, what are we busy doing, because that is a high confidentiality plan.
Ndandingakwazi kokuba ndibaxelele ukuba amapolisa asabeke icebo elinjani ekusebenziseni uxanduva esinalo phansi komthetho siseko lokuba sigcine ucwangco apha ngoba leyo nto into bengafanelanga ukuba iphumele phandle kubo.
Chairperson, on the 16th August 2012,
Kutheke ngomhla ka-16 August 2012 mhlekazi
things completely changed.
zatshintsha ke izinto kakhulu kwabakho uguquko.
Negotiations by the SABs directly with the protesters themselves since Monday when I intercepted with them at the railway line had failed.
Uthethathethano lalukhona ke phakathi kwamapolisa kusuka ngalaa mini ndiyohlangana nabo phaya ngasesiporweni laye laphanza la fail.
Chairperson, negotiations with the protesters through their presidents of the two trade unions had failed.
Thethathethano ke phakathi kwabaqhankqalazi neenkokheli zabo zimbili alubanga impumelelo nalo.
Chairperson, I did testify that despite what happened on Monday, we even called upon the negotiation by the hostages, and it was simultaneously done while I was busy negotiating with the management and the trade unions. The negotiators were negotiating with the protesters. So the negotiation took place, according to me, since Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and even the morning of Thursday.
Ngeli xesha mna ndithetha naba bazinkokeli zemibutho kwakukho aba abenza umsebenzi wothethathethwano negotiators ezazithetha nabaqhankqalazi ngelo xesha. Zonke ezo nzame zenzeka kusuka ngoMsombuluko ngoLwesibili uLwesithathu kwade kwaba ngentsantsa yangoLwesine.
Chairperson, I did testify earlier on to say people were being attacked.
Yenda nikeza umnqina mhlekazi okokuba abantu babehlaselwa apho.
People were maimed and killed by the protesters for going to work.
Bonzakaliswa aba bantu bekhilwa babulalwa ngaba baqhankqalazi ngendaba yokuthi baya empangelweni.
In the process of them being killed, they were robbed their phones and firearms.
Uthe apha ekubulaweni kwaba bantu bathathelwa nephones zabo nemipu.
Chairperson, there was always the danger and risk of further killings because the employer and employees continued to refuse to talk to each other, even though I passionately pleaded with them and trying to show them the situation that the police are faced with.
Hlekazi kwakuloku kuchubeka kwasekukhona ubungozi bokuba kungahle kubekho abantu abaninzi abalahlekelwa bubomi babo. Emveni kokuba ndenze zonke inzame ezikhoyo ukuba ndithethe nabaqeshi ndithethe kunye nabasebenzi aba babesoqhankqalazweni.
Chairperson, the commission will recall that on the Monday morning and when I was resuming the negotiations with the leaders themselves, there were people that were killed. There were people that were injured going to work and going off work.
Izawukhumbula ikomishoni okokuba kusuka ngoMsombuluko xa ndingenela uthethathethwano naba bantu kwakho abantu babulawa besiya empangelweni.
Chairperson, I may continue to say Mr. Twala was killed at the mountain.
Mandichubeke ke ndithi umhlekazi uThwala yena wabulawa lapha entabeni.
Chairperson, there is a name of a person that I could not reveal for his safety, that he was left to dead on Monday morning.
Ukho omnye ke mhlekazi owabethwa wayekwa apho bekholelwa ukuba uswelekile andinakuveza igama lakhe ngoba ndobe ndimfaka engxakini beka ubomi bakhe engciphekweni.
Chair, that's the statement of Mr. Y that I indicated on Monday that I said we're going to submit later. We will submit that statement later.
Umhlekazi ongalwana uthi une statement salondoda ugeneral athetha ngayo ezawubizwa uMr. Y. Statement sakhe sizawuziswa apha kwiCommission emva kwexesha.
Chairperson, on the 16th,
Kutheke nge-16 gcina isihlalo
through the commanders that were sitting there monitoring the process, trying also to talk to the protesters themselves.
Kwikomanda ezezazikhona apho zenza lo msebenzi zizama nokuthethathethano naba baqhankqalazi.
They reported to the JOC that the mood of the crowd has changed for the worse.
Baza ke nengxelo yokokuba aba bantu phaya nyani sekutshintshile ngoku babila gqitha.
Chairperson, and I feared they might take their frustrations out on innocent bystanders.
Aba noloyiko ke apho mhlekazi okokuba bazawuthi le ntukuthelo banayo bayikhuphele kubantu abangenajala.
There was also on the radio from the negotiators that there were already threats made against the police that they would die in Marikana that day.
Waba ke nengxelo evela kwiradio le amapolisa ethi kwakukho esizoriso esithi amapolisa azawubulawa apho eMarikana ngalo mini.
Chairperson, these are the factors that I considered in terms of changing, because as the police we have a constitutional mandate.
Ezi zinto ke ngicibha uzibeka mhlekazi ezenzo kokuba ndithathe olu nyathelo lokuba nditshintshe ngoba njengamapolisa sinoxanduva phantsi komthetho siseko kuba masigcine ucwangco.
What does it mean when you say they might take their mood out on innocent bystanders? Who are you referring to?
Awuthi kwakuzawuba ngahle bakhuphele ulaka labo kubantu abangenatyala uchaza abapha abantu.
I was saying they might take out their frustration on innocent bystanders.
Who were the bystanders?
Aba
You had
bantu
in mind.
ngobani abathetha ngabo.
Chairperson, there were also reports that there were women and there were people that were coming from the informal settlement, and also the other part of the informal settlement that was next to where they were sitting.
Uthi kukho abahlali pha apho indawo zabahlali fupi nale ndawo apho kwakucinkalazwa khona pha entabeni. Uthi ke kwakhona nengxelo yokuba kukhona abantu omama ababhinqileyo bebaloku babona.
These are the women who were actually urging the men to go from the informal township to the Kopi. They're not likely taking out their frustrations on them. These women were on their side, weren't they?
Uthi aba bomama babehamba lapha ndithi babe kwicala laba qhankqalazi.
Chairperson, based on my experience, when people they become angry, they would go and start destroying, and that's a frustration that I'm talking about, and that is what I feared at the time.
Kumsebenzi lona amava enje ndawo afumana ukuba xa abantu bese bebile ngolhlobo abangabazi nje ukungena apho bayomosha noma bonakalise impahla.
What time was this? This is what I feared at the time, you say. When did you come to that conclusion?
Ixesha owenza eso sigqibo ngalo kwakunini ke mhlekazi.
Chairperson, it was between 13 and 13:30.
It was long after the Provincial Commissioner's press conference and media statement at 9:30 that morning, is that right?
Esi sigqibo uthi wasenza phakathi kwexesha lika 1300 uba phaya ko-1 kuya ko-1:30 uthi umgcini sihlalo leyo eso sigqibo wasithatha wena emva kokuba uprovincial commissioner esenze lintetho yakhe phaya ku-9:30 kusasa.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Thank you, General. Could I then finally, on the 15th of August 2012, take you to page 17 of Triple G4, which is pagination 240. Line 7, where Mr. Matunjwa says, we will advise them. He's now talking about what he will say to the people the following day on the 16th. We will advise them the easiest way. Wherever you are, just leave anything there and move away, and then from there I think things will work better. But do not think that if those weapons are not brought back, you will escape the wrath of the justice. They will be pursuing the individual until such time, I take it by they, he was referring to the police, they will be pursuing the individual until such time. This is a challenge that everyone should use for the betterment of everyone. Now, I know you were not at the copy when Mr. Matunja on the 16th addressed the protesters or strikers, correct?
Chairperson is
Wawungekho phaya
correct.
entabeni xa uMathunja ethetha nabaqhankqalazi kunjalo ukuthi ewe ndandingekho.
But we do at least have a transcript of one of his two addresses, and that is 009.
Intetho yakhe ikhona apha iye yabhalwa.
Before I take you to 009, may I ask you this, General? Did you receive any report that Mr. Matunjwa had advised the people during his address at the copy about the things that he says he would advise them at paginating 240?
Lento ayithetha apho uMathunja kokuba wathi uza kubaxelela abantu bakho kokuba into engcono kokuba babeke ezinto apho bekhona bazishiye apho kodwa ke noko kunjalo amapolisa azokwenza uphando ngezo zinto.
Chairperson, when I have checked the exhibit 009, I did not see the words, but what I heard, what I saw is that he did encourage the protesters to leave the mountain. But specifically to say, leave whatever you have there and the police will come and process it and get evidence, and those that they are being or they will be found that they have committed a crime, justice will pursue them. That one, I do not see it in Exhibit 009.
Ndiyifundile exhibit 009 ndabona apho Mathunja ebakhuthaza khona aba bantu okokuba mabasuke apho mabasasazeke. Kodwa apho ethetha nabo ebanika le nkcazelo okokuba kubhetele babeke zonke ezinto abaziphethe apho nokuthi abo benze izehlakalo zolwaphulo mthetho amapolisa aza kubalandela aphande andiyifumananga kule exhibit.
General, on the 16th itself, did you receive any report whatsoever about what Mr. Matunjwa said in his address to the strikers on the copy, on the 16th itself?
Wasoyifumene ireport yokuba uMathunja wathetha ntoni nabantu bakhe phaya entabeni ngemini ye-16.
The report that I had, Chairperson, was that he did address the protesters to say they should leave the copy. He kneeled down pleading with them to leave the copy. That report I did receive on the 16th. But what I was referring, it was that leave whatever you have and then justice will be pursued. That is the one that I'm referring to.
Ndithi intetho endingayivanga yileyo kokuba wabachazela okokuba umthetho uzakwenza uphando uzawulandela emva kokuba bazibeke ezi zinto. Into endayivanga e-16 okokuba uMathunja wabacenga aba bantu wabakhuthaza ukuba mabahambe apho entabeni waze wahlaba guqa ngedolo phansi ethetha nabo ebacenga.
General, let's put it this way.
Sorry, of course, Matunja spoke twice. We have a transcript of his first address, which is the one to which you referred. We haven't got a transcript of the second one. I don't think it was recorded.
Waba kabini uMathunja yothetha nabantu sine transcript imibhalo yakhe.
And he also went down and bended knees and pleaded with the people and warned them that there was going to be bloodshed if they didn't leave the copy and so on. We haven't got a transcript of that as far as I understand. Did you know in any event on the 16th at all what Mr. Matunjwa said on the second occasion when he spoke to the strikers?
Kwelitye lesibili esiya phaya entabeni yothetha naba bantu awunayo leyo nto ethi akuba wafika wathini kubo.
And no, Chairperson, the only one is the one that I know that what he said when he was pleading with them.
Phela kwengqele nayo ile bese ndiyibekile okokuba da wacenga wakhuthaza aba bantu ukuba mabasuke apho.
General, did
Well,
you,
Sorry, you see, he pleaded with them twice on both occasions. You only know about the first occasion. That's correct, isn't it?
kwaba kabini siyaphaya eyobakhuthaza bacenga uba mabahambe kodwa ke intetho onawulwazi ngayo ile yokuqala xa eyaphaya.
General, did you receive a report on the 16th to the effect that Mr. Matunjwa did not tell the strikers to lay down their arms?
Awuzange uyifumane ireport enjengaleyo kuba nge-16 uMathunjwa awuzange athethe ingento yokuba abaqhankqalazi babeke phansi izixhobo.
Chairperson, what the report that I got is that he was pleading with them to leave the copy.
Leyo report endayithola ingxelo ndayifumana okokuba wayekhuthaza ecenga abantu uba mabasuke apha entabeni.
But as to what precise pleading and the words of that pleading, I did not get it on the 16th.
Kodwa ke amazwi ayesetshenziswa nendlela abebaxalela ngayo andinayo andizange ndiyifumane nge-16.
Well,
Does
of course we
does
can,
that mean that you weren't told whether or not he told the people to leave their arms behind?
Ngamanye amazwi awuyifumananga ingxelo yokokuba wabacela aba bantu okokuba izixhobo bazishiye apho.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, may I understand the
I'll
question?
repeat the question again. You said you didn't know exactly what words he used, so you were told that he told the people to leave the copy. And when you said you didn't know what exactly, how he put it, what words he used, I asked you, does that mean that you weren't told whether or not he told the people to lay down their arms? The question of laying down arms, mentioning that or not mentioning it, wasn't conveyed to you. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
Andiva intetho yakho uthi into eyaziyo okokuba wabakhuthaza ukuba basuke lapha entabeni kodwa awuvanga amazwi nangendlela bethetha ngayo okokuba kwaba yintoni. Ngoku uthi uChairperson ngoku ke lento yokokuba wathi kubo bekani phansi izixhobo awuzange uyive nayo.
The one of weapons and dispersing and going back to work, I did not hear it.
Leyo ke ukuba mabuyele empangeleni bekwe phansi izixhobo andizange ndiyive.
General, may I refer you, while we're on this point, to Mr. Matunjwa's statement?
Mabe siye phaya kwingxelo yakhe
You'll
uMathunjwa.
find this in the statements bundle, bundle B, at pagination 151. Yes, exhibit NN. May I refer
Chairperson,
you-
yes, I did find, I just want to find the page, maybe.
Well, I'll refer you specifically to page 176, pagination, top right-hand corner, which is page 26 of Exhibit NN. Paragraph 87.
Xa siza apha kwintetho kaMathunjwa kwi-statement sakhe isivakalishi 87.
In dealing with this line of inquiry, I suppose one can do no better than looking at what Mr. Matunjwa himself says he said to those people. Paragraph 87, Mr. Matunjwa says, I then proceeded to the copy.
Uthi ndasuka apho ke ndaya pha entabeni.
I take it this, anyone who wishes to dispute it can say so. This is the second visit, the one that was not recorded.
Apha ke kukuya kwakhe kwesibini phaya andibona kuzokubakho impikiswano apha.
He says, I told the workers that there was no one to whom I could give a report of what the workers wanted.
Uthi ndafike ndabaxelela
Included-
phaya abasebenzi
Can I-
ukuba akho mntu phaya endinokumxelela okokuba nithi imfuno zenu yintoni.
May I ask the interpreter if I can read the entire paragraph and then he can do the interpretation. I
sorry.
pleaded with them. I said to them that if they do not leave the copy, the police were going to kill them. I said that AMCU did not want people to be killed, but rather that their demands be addressed.
Uthi uMathunjwa ndasuka apho ndaya entabeni ndifike phaya ndaxelela abasebenzi okokuba akukho mntu endikwazi ukuba ndimnikeze phaya ezantsi kwi-ingxelo yabo okokuba bathini. uthi ke ndabacenga abaqhankqalazi ndathi kubo ndicela okokuba xa ningasuki apha entabeni amapolisa azonibulala apha. Ndathi kubo thina singumbutho we-AMCU asifuni okokuba kubekho abantu abaswelakalayo kodwa sifuna okokuba kujongwe kwenziwe yonke into ezimfuno zenu zijongisiswe.
Paragraph 88.
Siya kwizivakalisi esilandelayo.
He says, I knelt down, I pleaded with them, I was on my knees holding the microphone. I said, comrades, it has already been decided, please leave this place.
Uthi ke apha ndaguqa phansi ngedolo ndibacenga ndathi kubo ndime ngamadolo ndiphethe imicrophone ndathi kubo comrades isigqibo sesenziwe hambani sukani kule ndawo.
Paragraph 89. He says, I recall that some of the workers came to the microphone to speak and explained how they had come to be on the copy. They explained that they were marching to NUM's offices when they were shot by NUM officials.
Kwathi uthi ndikhumbula abanye babaqhankqalazi besiza phambili bafuna ukuthetha apha besiza apha kwi-microphone apho ndandithetha khona befuna ukundichazela okokuba beze kanjani phaya entabeni. Bathi bona bahlaselwa iNUM xa besiya eofisini zayo iNUM iinkokheli zeNUM zabahlasela ngemipu zabadubula.
Paragraph 90. He says, other workers came and said that they appreciated the effort that I had made as president of AMCU. They then said to me that I should leave because I had tried everything. They said that the employer did not want to speak to them. They would remain on the copy. They had not attacked anyone. They said, let the police come and kill them.
Basebethi ke abanye babasebenzi nyani bayayibulela yonke into endizamile ukuyenza njengopresident we-AMCU. Kodwa ke basebenza isicelo sokuthi mna mandihambe apho entabeni ngoba ndizame yonke into. Umqeshi bafuna ukuthetha naye akezi bazawuhlala apha entabeni. Abazange bahlasele umuntu bona bazawuhlala apha entabeni amapolisa makeze azobabulala.
Lastly, paragraph 91. He says, I said to them that it was not necessary that they must please, or I said to them that it was not necessary and that they must please leave the copy.
Uthi ndatsho okokuba hayi akudingekile ukuba kwenzeke loo nto ndicela okokuba nisuke apha entabeni.
He continues, I explained to them that the life of a black worker was cheap, that they would be replaced, and that their demands would not have been realized. I pleaded with them to leave the copy.
Uthi ndabachazela ndibacenga okokuba jongani apha impilo yomuntu ubomi bomuntu ontsundu into echeap njena baza kunibulala kuphinde kuthathwe abanye bafakwe apho basebenze imfuno zenu kungakaphezanga lento beniyifumana ndicela okokuba nihambe nisuke apha entabeni.
General, on the evening of the 15th, Mr. Matuna says to you that he will go to the copy, I'm paraphrasing now, and say to these people they must leave their weapons where they are, that if they don't leave their weapons where they are, they will not escape the wrath of justice. That's the second thing. And the third thing he says he was going to tell them that the police will pursue perpetrators until they are brought to justice. Now, from the passages I've just read, did Mr. Matuna say any of these three things to those people on the copy?
Apha ke kulento endiyifundile iyavela lento ethe kwaMathunja okokuba wabaxelela abaqhankqalazi okokuba shiyani zonke izixhobo zenu apha kodwa nazi okokuba abo benze izenzo zolwaphulo mthetho uza kubalandela umthetho. Iyavela loo ntetho apha?
Chairperson, no.
Ayiveli mthetho.
Now, that should conclude the events of the 15th. Is there anything, General, of significance that happened on the 15th that you consider important to bring to the attention of the Commission?
General, apha sifike nje ngokwegqibeleni ke kwezehlakalo zange-15 ngaphandle kokuthi kukho mhlawumbe enye into evela ngakuwe ebalulekile othanda ukuba ichazele iCommission eyenzeka phaya kwi-15.
Chairperson, no.
Akukho okunye mhlekazi.
Now, on the 16th, we are now in the morning.
Sesiphaya ke ngoku kwi-16 kusasa.
Ngolwana, before you go to the 16th, General, the discussions held at this meeting with the President, you conveyed what happened at this meeting to other commanders?
Le ntetho wawunayo nenkokheli zemibutho uye waxelela ezinye ii-commanders zazikhona.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Ewe ndakuxelela.
Would you like to deal with that, Mr. Ngolwana?
Can you run that by me again?
Whether he conveyed what happened at the meetings and the so-called undertaking given, whether he conveyed that to other commanders?
Ubuza ngale ntetho isethembiso esisenziwa uMathunjwa phaya kokuba wasigqithisana esisa kwezinye iikomando ukuba Mathunjwa uthi.
General, did you convey the discussions at the meeting reflected in Triple G4 to the Provincial Commissioner?
Commissioner wephondo wamxelela ngale nto enanithetha nale ndoda.
Chairperson, correct.
Ewe ndayenza lo.
In brief terms, well, let me start by asking you this. When and where did you convey that to the PC?
Makusixelela okokuba kwakunini ke ungathi mhlawumbe ngaxesha lini xa wenza le ngxelo ku-Provincial Commissioner.
On the 15th, immediately after the debriefing meeting,
Emva kwe-meeting le endandinabo ndibaxelela ukuba wenzeke ntoni nge-15 ndamngxelela.
I
Who
phoned,
else?
yeah,
Yes.
I phoned the Provincial Commissioner. I explained to him what has transpired in that meeting. I'm sorry, Chairperson.
Uthi wathatha watsala umnxeba umama uCommissioner lo wephondo emxelela ukuba kwenzeke ntoni nantoni.
I informed her what has happened and that we are going to brief the members and then we will see what is going to happen on the 16th.
Ndathi kubo ke size sagqibela apha sisaya ngoku kumalunga siwaxelela amapolisa ukuba kwenzeke ntoni sizawubona ke ukuba kwenzekani ngemini elandelayo.
Just tell the Commission in fairly precise terms, as precisely as you can remember, what it is that you told the PC about the discussions on in this meeting, General.
Muthi ngendlela usakhumbula ngayo General kafuphi nje ungaxelela i-commission okokuba kundathi ku-Provincial Commission.
I said to the Provincial Commissioner that the AMCO President, Mr. Mathunjwa, gave us the assurance that the crowd will lay down their weapons on Thursday, 16th August at 9 o'clock and disperse peacefully.
Ndathi ku-Provincial Commissioner uPresident we-AMCO umhlekazi uMathunjwa uye wasinika isethembiso sokuba abaqhankqalazi kuyothi ngemini elandelayo nge-16 ngo-9 babeke phansi izixhobo zabo bahambe.
Yes, is that all you told her? Is there anything else you told her?
Yiloo nto amxelela kuphela kanye nokukhona okunye.
I said to her, we prefer that solution. We will see what will happen tomorrow, and that's all.
Thi kuye sesawubona ukuthi kwenzeka ntoni ngomso.
And the Provincial Commissioner said that she agreed with me.
Wathi uyavumelana nami ngesisombululo ndiza naso.
Is there anyone else you told about those discussions? Other commanders, General?
Ngaphandle kwe-Provincial Commissioner ezinye iikomanda ezikhona omnye wamxelela ngale ntetho.
For example, did you tell Major General Anande?
Mandithi nje umzekelo uAnandale, uGeneral Anandale wamxelela ngale nto.
Wasn't Major General Allendale present, the discussion you had with Mr. Zakwana and Mr. Matunja? So what do you have to tell him about what Mr.
Mea
Matunja would say?
culpa, Chair.
wayekhona uAnandale xa uthetha nozokwana phaya.
Mea culpa, Chair.
I think you'll have to interpret that with the interpreter. Mea culpa means my fault. It's Latin.
Hayi uthi wenze impazamo apha umgcinislalo.
Chairperson, on the 16th, also in the morning, we start first with the JOCOM, and we also briefed the commanders about the feedback of Mr. Matunjwa.
Kuthe ngentsasa nge-16 saqala phaya kwi-JOCOM. The xa sigqiba ukwenza ingxelo kwi-JOCOM, sabe sesicela iikhomanda ke ngentetho kaMathunjwa yaphezolo.
Do you recall which commanders were present at you're talking about the 6 a.m. JOCOM meeting, General?
Chairperson, correct.
Banjongo-6 ewe mhlekazi ye-JOCOM.
And you're saying that is where you told the various other commanders about the discussions and Mr. Matunjwa's, shall we call them, indications. Let's not call them undertakings. So shall we call them Mr. Matunjwa's indications about what he understood was going to happen the next morning? Are you saying you conveyed those discussions to the other generals, or the other commanders in the morning JOCOM meeting at 6 o'clock on 16 August 2012?
Intetho yakho General ukuba kuthe ngeli xesha lika-6 xa kubanjwe le meeting ye-JOCOM phaya waxelela ezinye commanders ngentetho nangesithembiso esenziwe uMathunjwa.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo.
Who was there? Can you recall which commanders were present?
Ukhumbula ii-commanders lapho ngelo xesha?
Chairperson,
Doesn't that appear from the minutes?
I just want to go to the minutes of that meeting.
Xa ndingaya
Minutes are
kwimizuzu.
TT4 and there's no list of attendees there.
Apha kwi-minutes TT4 akuvelanga amagama amabizo ee-commanders azikhona.
Do you recall, General, which commanders were present?
Usakhumbula General okokuba zeziphi ii-commanders azikhona apho ngelo xesha?
Chairperson, we have the commanders, the operational commander, Brigadier Khalid was there, and all other commanders, Brigadier Fritz, and also the commanders of the sections, they were all at that meeting.
Muthi ii-commanders zikhona apho zonke oo-Brigadier Khaled, oo-Fred babekhona nezinye ii-commander ezaziphethe amasebe ohlukile amapolisa akhona apho.
All right.
Same commanders there at 6 o'clock in the morning, as were they later at the meeting at 1:30 p.m.
Kwakuzizo ezi commanders zazilapho kusasa ezaza kule meeting yango-1:30. Kunjalo?
Chairperson, may I understand the question well?
Can I make it easier? Can I take you to EE, if Chair you don't mind? It's pagination page 269. Have you found it, General? Exhibit EE, first page. There's an attendance list there. You see that, General, under paragraph 2?
Chairperson, correct?
Uyayibona apha kwisivakaliso sesibini.
Now, at the meeting of the 16th, that's the minute of the special JOCOM. We are now talking about the minute or the meeting of the morning, 6 o'clock meeting on Thursday, the 16th of August 2012. Was Lieutenant General Mbombo present in the morning meeting?
Apha kuthetha ngale ntlanganiso yakusasa ngo-6. U-Lieutenant General Mbombo wayekhona apho kuloo meeting?
Lieutenant General Mbombo was not in the meeting of 6 o'clock, but what I'm saying is all command structures, those that are on the ground, they were there at the meeting of 6 o'clock. That's why I'm talking about Brigadier Khalid and all other commanders that were actually working on the ground. And those that were representing the units in the JOCOM. All of them, at 6 o'clock, they were there.
Abantu nithetha ngabo uqale ugeneral ngokuthi ulieutenant general Mbombo wayengekho kule meeting ka6. Ezi commander nithetha ngazo zicommander ezazilapho apho kwakwenziwa khona umsebenzi. Yiko nje ndiveze uKhalid no Fritz. Ndathi ke kwakukho nezinye icommander zonke zazimele amanye amasebe amapolisa abekho kule ndawo kwakusetshenzwa kuyo.
As I understand it, the commissioners, I'm not interested in this information, but the commissioners seems to want precisely the names of the people who are there. If I can take you, perhaps let's do it this way. Back to TT4, General, on page 252, sorry. Well, take it to 251. We know that Lieutenant Colonel Scott was there, if you look at the middle of the page.
Awubheka phakathi kwelikhasi Colonel Scott wayekhona apho.
There's an entry that says Lieutenant Colonel Scott further indicated to the meeting that the time line for deployment will be as follows, and then it gives 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and so on. So Lieutenant Colonel Scott was there, correct?
Scott wayebeka khona amaxesha okuba into ethize izokwenzeka ngelixesha nelixesha nelixesha. Kunjalo wayekhona apho Scott?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo wayekhona.
At the top of the, well, sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines from the top of that page, there's reference that Brigadier Khalid will be in charge of this group with Colonel Makubele.
To cut things short, we go to the next page, 252, under paragraph 3.3, the various JOCOM role players give inputs, so it's quite clear from that, at least all those people were there. That's a quicker way of doing it, I think. So let's go through that quickly and then we'll take tea.
Okay, well, that's how the witness had answered that question. So all the various role players who were going to participate in the operation were present at that meeting on the morning of the 16th. Is that correct, General?
Uthi General ngokuphaya kwi-meeting yange-16 kusasa zonke ii-commanders zamaqela abezawuthatha inxaxheba kulo msebenzi wayokwenziwa ngalowo mini zaze khona apho.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Ewe ndisho njalo mhlezi.
Now, the meeting starts 6 o'clock in the morning. What was the agenda?
Yangena ke meeting ngo-6 i-agenda leyo meeting yayithi. Intoni into kozothethwa ngayo apho?
Chairperson, normally when the meeting starts, General Annandale was the chairperson, and as an overall commander, and I need to indicate at this stage that since the operation has started, and as an overall commander, there were times where I had to pursue other role players to engage them. Then that's why Major General Annandale had to chair the meeting. In some of the meetings, since from Monday I was not there, he was chairing the meeting. I just wanted to clear that one.
Mandiyibeke ngokucacileyo into kokuba apha kulo msebenzi ndimi ndandi-overall icommander yayiphethe. Kodwa ke ngenxa yokuthi kwakho eminye imisebenzi ndandiyenza ndiqhagamshela naba abanye kwabakho amaxesha apho imihlangano yayibanjwa kube umgcini sihlalo ku-Annandale.
That's also the main reason that you'll see Major General Edendale chairing the meeting on a regularly basis. And when I'm there, I will also sit and also listen and also give some comments to understand that the operation is going in the right direction.
Yiko ke uzawubona okokuba umgcini sihlalo apha kulezi meeting kwakuba u-Annandale. Kwakuthi noma ndikhona ndihlale nami apho ndifake eyami imibono okokuba lento ize ihambe ngendlela.
According to the brief minutes, we will start first with the overall intelligence briefing.
Sizawuthetha ke ngengxelo eyayivela apho eyayivezwa ngabezenhlola.
Was that the first item in that meeting?
Kwakuyinto yokuqala apho kulowo meeting.
Chairperson, despite the meeting procedures of each and every one as attendance list and the others, the first presentation, it will be what does the intelligence say in relation to where we are and where we are getting to.
ngaphandle kweminyaka imidanti yokuba kwenziwe i-attendance register kusayinwe kutsho kuba ngubani okhona yonke into xa sekuqala ingxelo apha intetho kwakuvela okokuba abe-intelligence bathole ntoni yintoni nantoni efunyenwe.
General, you are talking in general terms. Is that what in fact happened on that meeting? Was there an intelligence report given at the beginning of that meeting?
Is correct, Chairperson?
On that note, we'll take.
Into eyenzeka ngaloo mini kwavela intetho ye-intelligence. Xesha letiye ngoku sawubuya emva kwexeshana. Nizawukhumbula mawethu okokuba ningaphumi kude kuphume umgcini sihlalo ne-commissions. Commission is commencing. Masukmen sonke angene commission.
The commission resumes. Major General, you're still under oath. Mr. Gurwana?
Sir,
Still have
Pastor
questions
Fungo
in the
General.
Examination in chief.
Yes. General, at the very real risk of incurring the wrath of the chair, may I take you back slightly and ask you this. At the evening meeting, the debriefing meeting on the 15th, you said to the trade union leader that if the police were to implement a dispersal action, there would be bloodshed. Did you convey that same sentiment at the JOC?
Andithi General ngomhla ka 15 kusihla xa uthetha nenkokheli zemibutho abaxela ukuba xa amapolisa azongenelela phaya kungathi kube kuphalalo legazi. Ngoku kwi-meeting yangemini elandelayo phaya kwi-JOC wayithetha loo nto.
Chairperson, no.
Anzange ndiyithethe loo nto.
Why didn't you?
Intoni ungabaxelela ngaloo nto, General?
Chairperson, that was a strategy intended for the union leaders to take the matter seriously when they communicate to the members to lay down their weapon.
Indlela endandiyisebenzisa okokuba aba be-union babone ukuba ubuzaza balento xa bakwazi ukuthetha bayothetha nabantu babo.
I did not believe that will happen.
Ndandingenayo inkolelo yokuba izokwenzeka loo nto.
When you say you did not believe that that would happen, what do you mean? What is it that you did not believe will happen, General?
Intoni bongekholwa uba izokwenzeka, General?
I did not believe that when the police go there will be a bloodshed. But that's what I'm saying, that it was a strategy intended to convince the union leaders to take the matter seriously when they communicate with their members.
Bendingenankolelo yokokuba amapolisa xa enza olu sasazo kuyobakho uphalalo legazi, kodwa ndayithetha loo nto kulicebo lokuba aba bazinkokheli zemibutho babone ubuzaza balento xa beya phaya kuthetha nabantu babo.
Right. Can I now take you to the following day, the morning? That's what we were dealing with. The morning of the 16th of August. There's a JOCOM meeting. You've explained that you started with an intelligence report. Just take the commission through what was the content of the intelligence report. And from
Chike
whom?
ngemini elandelayo kwabakho le meeting eJOCOM phaya khawusixelele okokuba ngoku uthe kwaqala ngengxelo yaba bezontlola baveza ntoni ke bona.
Chairperson, we were briefed by the intelligence that at that time, and I need just to rectify that 3,000, actually it's 300, mine workers had gathered the copy.
Basixelele okokuba ngelo xesha kwakuyi 300 yabantu sebahlangene phaya endumeni.
We were a little bit surprised to hear that they were also in possession of dangerous weapons.
Yasimangaza ke into yokubuva okokuba aba bantu baphaya baxhomile.
And a further point was that they will decline and not to surrender these dangerous weapons to the police.
Enye into yavela okokuba abanakuvuma ukubeka noma ukunikezela ngezi zixhobo zabo.
And that they will leave the copy. They will not leave the copy.
Nokuthi ke abanawuvuma ukusuka phaya entabeni.
and that they are prepared to fight if their demands are not met, which includes resisting the police.
bathi ke ababezontlola aba bantu bazimisele nokuthi balwe namapolisa xa zingafezwa imfuno zabo.
With what has happened on the 15th, we knew that Mr. Matuna is still going to address them. That option was considered. He has to be given a chance to see what is going to happen in that morning. That was also where we started to say, then we need also to take that into account.
Noko sesivile ke lonto kwakusekho lento kokuba uMathunja uzawuya ngaloo ntsasa pha yothetha nabo bantu sathi ke masimnike elo thuba.
Chairperson, at that time, the commanders also gave various feedbacks in terms of what was happening yesterday and the way forward. We also then said the deployment will be done with a stage 2 of the operational strategy.
Kwathi ke emva koko iikhomanda ezahlukehlukile nazo zanika ingxelo zokuba bekusenzeka ntoni nantoni nantoni ebusuku kwaseke kwenziwa icebo lokuba ngoku kuzawungena apha kumbanga lesibili kumgama wesibini wecebo.
Sorry, General, if I might stop you there. During the intelligence report or feedback at the JOCOM, was this done verbally or was there an intelligence report that was placed before the JOCOM?
Lento yayivezwa ngaba bezokuntlola bebathetha ngomlomo kanene kwakho ireport eyayibhaliwe yavezwa phambi kwenu apha.
Chairperson, normally when the intelligence they brief us, they also prepare some sort of a report to us, or a report, yes.
Ewe xa besixelela kubakho into ebayiphethe ibhaliwe.
Was there a written report placed before the JOCOM? That morning?
Kuzokuba kwabekwa na ingxelo enjengaleyo njengento engumbhalo phambi kweJOCOM.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe.
Was this a report by Engelbrecht or by Isaacs, General?
Le report yayibhale ngu-Isaacs ikanene ngu-Engelbrecht.
Chairperson, the briefing in that morning, it was done by Colonel Isaacs, not Lieutenant Colonel Isaacs.
Yayibhale ngu-Colonel Isaacs.
Chairperson, there is an intelligence report that was initially part of the documents bundle. Somehow it escaped from the clutches of the Lever Arch file. It's a one-page document. Perhaps we could add it. I don't think neither my learned friends nor the Commission would be unduly prejudiced. It's got 4 paragraphs, 3 of which are one-liners.
There is one, of course, at page 248 and following.
So that is not the one to which
No,
the
I know,
witness
I
is
know.
referring. And Chairperson
It would be
will see
helpful,
that that
this
is-
could be 10.1 or 10A or something. Or at least you want to put it at the end after.
We could put it immediately after TT5, and perhaps we can call it TT5A or something.
Yes. And then the pages would have to be also 249 A and B or something. It's only one page, I think, isn't it?
It's only one page,
Yeah.
Chairperson.
So it's 249A, and we'll mark it TT5.1, shall we?
Chair, this page is part of TT5 already. The existing TT5, this is the last page of the existing TT5.
Oh, I see. I see. So it's already an exhibit. The only problem is it's not in the bundle. All right. So all we do is we make it 249A then, and then it fits in neatly. And we could have copies, and if someone would be kind enough to punch them for us, then we could put them straight in our file.
Yes, I'm not sure I follow because
Mr. Inglewana, listen to me, let's take it straight. What Ms. Pillay has said is that document you've got in your hand is actually part of exhibit T5. When you put a copy of T5 in your bundle, that page somehow landed on the floor. So all you have to do is to put it back. Then it becomes part of your bundle, part of under tab 10, because it's actually missing from there. But all we have to do is have to give it a number which doesn't put things totally out of sync. So we call it 249A, and then we haven't got a problem. Do you understand that?
absolutely.
beyichaza umhlekazi umgcini sihlalo lento kokuba lincwadi sesinayo lena ikwezinye zezi zincwadi kodwa apha ime iorder le report ifunda ngoku ugeneral apha ukuba kwaba ingxelo yaba bobuntlola kusasa ngalomini.
Copies are being prepared for us now.
Yes, I've just learned from the attorney sitting across the room that they will be prepared in due course, Chair. I understood they had already been prepared, but
Sorry,
they
but
will-
in the event, I think we know what's in the document, because we've all read it before. So perhaps, as long as the witness has a copy, you can then proceed with your examination in chief on it.
Is that the report, General? Thank you, Chairperson. Is that the report that served before the meeting, JOCOM meeting, at 6 o'clock? You'll see it's got 12 o'clock. Is that the report that served before the JOCOM at 6 o'clock that morning of the 16th of August 2012?
Uthi umhlekazi ungalana ubona le ibhale u12 o'clock ubokade ubuzo yiyo le report eyavezwa ngentsasa apho ngo6 kusasa.
Chairperson is correct.
Ewe, iyo.
But what I want to indicate is that we did not have a JOCOM meeting at 12. I don't remember having a JOCOM meeting, but the information that was given to us in the morning, it was this one.
Ingxelo saxela yona kusasa yiyo libhalwe apha kodwa ke andikhumbuli sibamba imeeting eJOCOM ngo12 njengoba kubhaliwe apha.
The question is, you don't appear to have had a JOCOM meeting at 12, but did that document, was it put before? I don't like the Afrikansism served. It didn't. Het voor die vergadering gedien. Was it put before the JOCOM meeting at 1:30 or not?
Kule meeting
Not reflected in the minutes.
1:30.
6 a.m.
No, hang on. The 12 o'clock document couldn't have been put before the 6 o'clock meeting. That we know. The question is, was the 12 o'clock document, the one you've just been handed, which is 12 o'clock, noon, was that put before, or the information in it conveyed to, the 1:30 meeting of the JOCOM? It's not reflected in the minutes, which are Exhibit EE, page 269 of the bundle, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't necessarily put before the meeting. So my question is, was it put before the 1:30 meeting? If you can't remember, you can't remember.
Ovela kuchairperson okokuba siyayiva le ntetho ukuba iyaxelwa phaa ekusasa ngale mini. Kule meeting ka 1:30 ngalo mini yaphinde yavezwa le nto phaa kwi-JOCOM meeting.
Chair, with your leave, can we take it step by step? Because I fear my witness will
Right,
be
let's
confused.
take it, we don't want to confuse the witness. Let's take it step by step. I thought I'd made it clear, but obviously I've fallen short of the high standard you expected me, so you have a go.
No, Chair, I think
Vumelana.
you've run rather far ahead.
Ngalani uba masiyithathe kancinci le nto siyilandele njengoba isenzeka.
As you would say, mea culpa.
Tua culpa indeed. General, the intelligence report to which you have just been referred, signed by Isaacs, was that report before the JOCOM meeting in the morning of the 16th of August 2012, the meeting beginning at 6 o'clock that morning?
Umbuzo kokuba le ncwadi intetho njengale evele apha iyavezwa na kwi-meeting le ka6 ngaloo mini.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe mhlekazi.
Was it written 12 o'clock at the time that it was presented.
ngelo xesha ivela ibibhalwe lona eli xesha ukuba 12 o'clock njengoba ila.
Chairperson, I don't remember it being written 12 o'clock, but the information contained in this document was presented at 6 o'clock meeting.
Andikhumbula ixesha lalibhaliwe kuloo nto kodwa ke le nto intetho evela apha yavezwa kule meeting yakusasa.
Now, you indicated earlier that there is a mistake, if I'm using the incorrect word, in that document. What mistake is there?
Kuthe kukho impazamo eyenzeka evele kule ncwadi bowuthi intoni ke lo mpazamo.
Let's take it line by line. The first line says approximately 3,000 mine workers are gathered at the copy. Is that factually correct?
Phaya ithi kukho amawaka amathathu abantu sebahlangene phaya entabeni ngelo xesha.
Not factually correct. That's one of the that's a typing error, which I think, because at that time, we were reported that it was 300, not 3,000.
Iyo lento bendithetha ngayo kokuba kwenzeka impazamo apho babengamakhulu amathathu abantu esaxelela ngabo babesentabeni ngelo xesha hayi ngasi amawaka amathathu.
Well, perhaps the more accurate way of phrasing the question, in as much as you were not there at the copy, you wouldn't know whether there were 300 or 3,000. Perhaps the way to phrase it is, was it reported that there were approximately 3,000 mine workers there at the copy when the intelligence report was presented?
Ngeli xesha ivela ke le report yakwa bakwa intelligence yaveza okokuba bangamawaka amathathu kanene amakhulu amathathu.
At about 300.
Bathi phaya kumakhulu amathathu.
Now, you are at the JOCOM, General. The intelligence report is presented. What then happened?
Ngoku ke uphaya kwi-JOCOM general kuvezwa le ngxelo ye-intelligence kwase kwenzeka ntoni?
Chairperson, the feedback was also given of the deployment, and also that the feedback of Mr. Matunjo was given, and thereafter then we also discussed the strategy of that morning. That is stage 2 of the operational plan.
Kwavezwa apho amanani esipolisi sesikhona ngelo xesha, kwavezwa ingxelo le bendinayo noMathunjwa, kwase kuvezwa ke nokokuba sekuzawuthathwa ngoku inyathelo lesibini lale cebo.
When you say the feedback of Mr. Matunja was given, by whom was that feedback and which feedback are you referring to?
Xa uthetha ngengxelo kaMathunjwa ngubani owanikeza ngaleyo ngxelo phaya kwi-JOCOM?
It was given by Major General Annandale.
Yanikezwa uMajor General Annandale.
Are you talking about the discussions of the previous evening as reflected in Triple G4?
Uthetha ngento yayenzeka kusihla.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe.
May I ask you to turn to the documents bundle, bundle A, I think it is. Yes. And go to pagination number 108. And for those who don't have pagination, it's SS3. Does one thing have this? And go to, yeah, for those who don't have the pagination, it would be Operation Platinum, Lonmin Mine, Marikana, 16 August 2012, /stage 2. It's pagination 108. May I just point out one?
Also, it's also apparently in the police bundle, or I think the police hard drive is the correct word. It looks like 139. It's actually 2 slides. The top slide is 139, and the lower slide is 140, and those together are page 108 of your bundle.
Thank you, Chair. May I also, while we are here, I checked in rather artificial fashion yesterday. It appears the same document appears from pagination 88, which would be slide 102, to pagination 107, which would be slide 126. Now, that document appears to be exactly the same as the document beginning page 108 until page 139. The only difference being that the one beginning at page 88 is in smaller font and the one beginning in 108 is in larger font. So to page 108 we go. General, is that the document that was discussed on the morning of the 16th of August, JOCOM?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kuchiyo le kwakuthethwa ngayo phaya kwi-JOCOM kusasa.
I'm told for those who don't have the pagination, it's slide 65 of SS3. General, from that document, you've read it, haven't you not? Since the meeting of the morning of the 16th, in other words, you've gone through that document, correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
Ndiye ndayifunda le ncwadi ewe.
Are there any slides in that document that were not before the JOCOM?
Kuzokokuba kokho islide esivele apha esasingavezanga kwi-JOCOM.
Correct, Chairperson.
Can you tell us which slides those are? Well, you'll be referring to them in terms of pagination. I'm not sure what the slides would be.
Uzaqale sasingekho apho.
Chairperson, it will be paginated page 117. Which was done for the purpose of the commission.
Muthi kwakwile page 117 eyenziwa xa izawuthunyelwa apha kule commission.
Until what page?
Chairperson, it will go until page 123, only the first part of it. That, if I may say, there is 31 there, until that one. The deployment, the call signs, and the force levels.
Yayingekho kude kufike apho kulezi zinto athetha ngazo i-call signs nobuninzi babo.
For those who don't have pagination, there will be a part of SSS3 under the 16th August stage 2. You'll come to a part that says execution of operation. Then it sets out execution in the next slide. The following page is what the General says was not before the JOCOM that morning, all the way until where it says coordinating instructions, colon 16 August, some 7 pages later. Slide 72 to slide 80 did not serve before the JOCOM that morning.
Ezo slides zazingekho kwi-JOCOM ngaloo mini.
Was stage 2 the only issue that was discussed that morning, General? Stage 2 of the plan?
Ngaloo mini stage 2 iyona kuphela into kwathethwa ngayo phaya kwi-Jocom General.
Mr. Mung, before the witness answers, you want to say something?
I'm trying to find the slides. I'm on SS2, but I can't find the slides that Mr. Ngolana refers to, Chairperson.
SS3. Perhaps, can I ask Ms. Pillay to temporarily join the subs team?
It's page 72 to page 80 of the electronic SS3.
I am on SS3. Let me tell you what my SS3 says. It starts with South African Police Services. In fact, the other page number that appear from the hard drive of the SAPS is 1665. And it starts with the plan of the 10th of August, 2012.
If you look at the top of your document, you'll see page 1 of 89. That's the electronic page number towards the top of your document.
Page 1 of 89, yes.
That's right. So if you go to 73, that's what the witness is talking about. Page 73 of 89 to page 80 of 89.
Okay, thank you.
I'm indebted to Ms. Pillay. General, that morning, General, was stage 2 the only issue that was discussed at that meeting, that morning meeting of Jocom, 16 August 2012, 6 o'clock?
Kuzokuba kwathethwa nge-stage 2 kuphela na ngaloo mini kwi-Jocom ngo-6.
Correct, Chairperson, and the commanders were also informed that in that meeting that the contingency plan will also be kept in mind, and if there is going to be any other thing that will follow, the briefing will be done.
Baxelele okokuba xa kungabikho mpumelelo kweli cebo kuzawuzwa kweli linye kodwa ke phambi kokuba kwenzeke obo bazawubizwa bazoxelela.
Just very briefly, could you take the commission through what about stage 2 was discussed at that meeting?
Awungasibekela ke nje kwi-commission ukuba kwathetha ntoni ngeli xathu inyathelo elilesibili.
Perhaps if I can take you to pagination page 114, which sets out the operational overview.
Okay. 114.
Slide 71 for those who don't have pagination. General, are you with us? Pagination 114 at the bottom right-hand corner. Documents bundle. Do you have SS3 in front of you?
Yes.
Go to pagination 114.
I will also, there is also the one that I would like to take the commission through.
Okay, go ahead.
That will be at, if that, the esteemed commissioners and the commission, they have got it. It will start from 108. Because that's the one that I do have of those pages, 108.
Yes, that's the beginning of the stage 2 of the plan.
Yes.
What I'm asking is, could you take the commission through fairly briefly about what about stage 2 was discussed at the Jocom?
Then I will go to 112, paginated page 112, the operational overview. I just want stage 1, dialogue with protesters with none think with non-aggressive police visibility, protecting the members in armed vehicles.
apha kwakubekwa okokuba kuzawuba khona uthethathethwano into yokuqala ezokwenzeka uthethathethwano phakathi nabaqhankqalazi kubona amapolisa abonakale ekhoyo apho.
Yes, and that has been going on since Tuesday.
Yes, that is a show of force, but stage 2 operational overview. It will also go straight to paginated page, the operational overview of stage 2 that was discussed, paginated page 114. Can we? I'm just requesting that this operational overview, if it can go to 114, please.
Yeah, it'll be 2 pages later from the slide that was there. Yes, General.
Stage 2, implement stage 1, then add stage 2 deployment, and that will be done in the following manner: police neutral area, POP Nyalas, and that part will be under the command of Brigadier Khalid.
So in short, General, what appears on the slide on the screen, operational overview, is what you say was discussed at the JOCOM.
Correct, Chairperson.
Le nto ivela phaya indlela ke babethetha ngayo kokuba inyathelo lesibili lizawuba ngolu hlobo
Show of force,
apho bekuzawubonakaliswa ubuninzi bamapolisa
that the Nyalas with the razor wire will be pre-positioned.
ezi zinyala ezazitsala ucingo olunameva zizawuza apho phambili.
Immediate reaction force at the forward holding area 1 and 2.
Beze babonakale phaya kwizindawo zokulinda eyokuqala forward holding area 1 neyesibini.
Yes,
Mr. Ngovanen, do you
General,
want the witness to read all of this out?
that's about, thank you, Commissioner, that's precisely what I was about to say. General, you don't have to read what we can see.
Bathi engayifundi into esikwazi ukuyibona phaya ugeneral.
Effectively, what you're saying is what appears in that slide is what was discussed, because that depicts stage 2 and the various layers of it.
Into ethethwa apho kwaku ngelicebo elibonakala ukuba lalibhalwe ngolu hlobo izinyathelo ezaziyawuthathwa phaya.
Perhaps a more useful exercise would be to go to slide 129, because that talks about the positioning. Paginated page 129.
Doesn't that slide deal with 1430, Mr. Ngovanen?
Yes, Chair. Yes, General.
Chairperson, I need to say that one of 129, it was dealt with at 1330 meeting, and it was presented by Colonel Scott at 1430 to the commanders.
Then it's also the same as slide 181 in Exhibit L. We'll deal with it then when we come to the 1330 meeting.
Njengoba sithetha ngale ntlanganiso ya 1:30 uthi lena yanikezwa nguColonel Scott ngo-1430.
Chair, may I just indicate that slide, or paginated page 129 doesn't appear on The electronic version of SS3.
It'll be Exhibit L, slide 181. Chair. But we'll come to that when we come to the special JOCOM meeting. So, General, in a nutshell, you're saying in the meeting of the morning of 16th, stage 2 was discussed. Can I ask you this? Because...
Sorry, before you ask that, the point Ms. Pillay makes is correct, that obviously your page 1 through 9 of your bundle is out of position. It clearly relates to what happened at the 1:30 meeting. You're still busy with the 6 o'clock meeting. And this document is under the heading Outstanding Points, so it's clearly misplaced, so we can ignore it for the moment
Yes,
while we're
Chair.
talking about the 6 o'clock meeting. Is that right?
Yes, correct, Chairperson.
Well,
Jen?
if you're at page 114, the stage 2, the discussion at the 6 o'clock JOCO meeting, was it in as much detail as is set out in these slides?
buza kokuba le meeting babenayo phaya ekuseni kwi-JOCOM yayithetha ngazo zonke ezi zinto zibhalwe apha.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, can I take you 2 pages back where it says operational overview, which is pagination page 112. The second slide, it sets out, or the lower slide, it sets out stage 1, it defines it, stage 2, and it defines it, stage 3, it defines it, and over the page, stage 4, 5, and 6.
Apho embonisa khona ke kuvela zonke ezi stage zichaze okokuba besoqala kwesesibini kwesesithathu kude kuyofika kwesithandathu ukuba yintoni ezokwenziwa.
Now, that morning, you say only stage 2 was discussed.
Ngaloo ntsasa nathetha nje ngenyathelo eli
Was-
elibizwa stage 2 elesibini.
During the discussion, was it a foregone conclusion that stage 3 would be implemented while you were discussing stage 2?
Ngeli xesha ndithetha ngestage esesibini kwasekwenziwe isigqibo sokokuba nizawugqithela kule nyathelo lesithathu.
No, Chairperson.
Akunjalo.
Then the discussion happens of stage 2 in the morning. The meeting concludes, according to its minutes, TT4, around 7:30, if I remember correctly. Is that correct, General?
Kunjalo kuba le meeting yaphela phaya ngo-7:30, 7:30.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mpe.
What do you then do between 7:30 and lunchtime? Could you take the commission through?
Sicela ukuba wasewenza ntoni ke wena kusuka ngelo xesha ngo-7:30 kuze kuyoba phaya kwixesha le-lunch.
Chairperson, I was at the JOC. There were also various reports that we were getting from the ground.
Andiphaya kwi-JOC, xesha nexesha kukho izingxelo zazivela ziziswa kuthi phaya.
Of those members that have been deployed in that morning.
Zivela kwaba babebekwe ukuba benze umsebenzi ngaloo ntsasa.
And the provincial commissioner arrived.
Kwasekuza ke ekufikeni ka-provincial commissioner.
And then when the provincial commissioner arrived, we gave her the feedback that we have briefed the members about stage 2 and then we have deployed them.
The xa efika ke sabe simbikela senza ingxelo kuyo kokuba sesibaxelele amapolisa amalungu ngokuthathwa kwenyathelo lesibili u-stage 2 nokuthi sebathunyelwe kwizindawo ezifanele.
And that we are still anticipating what will be the outcome of that day.
Sabe sesithi ke simele imiphumela ezokwenzeka ngale mini.
Then the provincial commissioner was also supposed to go and address the media.
Kungalo mini apho kwakufanele u-provincial commissioner ayothetha nabezindaba abapapashi bezindaba.
Chairperson, myself and Major General Annandale, we did accompany the Provincial Commissioner to the LPD office.
Sahamba naye ke kundim no General Annandale siya phaya kwi LPD sikhapha u National Commissioner, u Provincial Commissioner.
What time was
Roughly what time are we at now, General?
Bashaya sikulo ngoku leli P General.
Chairperson, it was about past 9 to 10 o'clock by that time. I'm not sure about time, but it was more or less that time.
Ngexesha mhlekazi kodwa kokuphaya phakathi past 9.
Who had convened the press conference?
Ubani owabiza
Who set it up?
conference oba makubekho ingxelo enjengalena nabapapashi bezindaba?
It was the Provincial Commissioner.
Do you know when she did it?
Waba ngu-Provincial Commissioner, uyazi ukuba nini?
No, Chairperson.
Andinalwazi.
I think it was on Lonmin premises, wasn't it? So somebody must have asked Lonmin to make the premises available for the conference, is that correct?
Andithi
That's
yenzeka
correct, Chairperson.
kumhlaba
And the
waka
press must have then
Lonmin,
been told, be
kwakwa
there
Friday.
at 9:30, whatever time was prearranged for the conference, is that right?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo
But
ukuba
you don't know
esemhlabeni
when
waka
the
Lonmin,
actual convening, as it were, and the arrangements, convening took place, the arrangements were made. But you say the provincial commissioner did that.
Correct, Chairperson.
uthi
we must ask her which
ubani owenza loo nto wenza zonke inhlelo ezifanele kwacela imvume ku-Lonmin akazi ukuba ngubani kodwa ke yenzeka loo nto.
Yes, General, you then accompany the Provincial Commissioner together with Major General Annandale to the media briefing. In your recollection, what was the message that the Provincial Commissioner gave? She will come and testify herself as regards the exact words that she uttered there, but what message did she convey?
Wahamba naye ke no Major General Annandale nesiya phaya no Provincial Commissioner. Imumbuzo kokuba umlayezo wayewuyisa phaya kwakuyintoni siyazi kokuba uzawuza naye apha zone kubunqe kodwa ngokwazi ngokubona kwakho kwakumyalezo mni wayewusa phaya emaphepheni.
The message was just to say the matter will be resolved.
Wakumlayezo kokuba lento iyawufika esigqibeni ngokuyawugqityezela.
In your recollection, did she use words of the sort that today is D-Day?
Ngokukhumbula kwakho kukho amagama wasebenzisa athi namhla imini yokugqibela ethi D-Day.
Chairperson, no.
Andikhumbuli mhlekazi.
What then happened? The media conference is done. Could you take the commission through what then happens after that?
Emva kwalo ngqungquthela nabemaphephandaba kwasekwenzeka ntoni ke General?
Sorry, General, before you move on, before you left the JOCOM to go to the media conference, were there any reports made about what was happening at the copy apropos Mr. Matunjwa? Was there anything at all about him arriving or addressing the crowd or not arriving?
Phambi kokuba niye phaya nisuke phaya kwiJOCOM niye phaya kwindawo apha ninokuthetha khona nabamaphepha kwakusekho ingxelo yasayivelile yayiphathelene noMathunjwa kokuba uMathunjwa uhambe kanjani phaya entabeni.
No, Chairperson.
Bingabi khona.
All right. Then the media briefing is completed. Could you take the commission through what then happened and what role you played in those events?
Sekugqijiwe ke apha pha kwakuthethwa nabukhona nentatheli ngakusiqala ukuba kwasekwenzeka ntoni ikakhulu wena ukuba wasekwenza ntoni General.
Chairperson, we were still with the Provincial Commissioner. We went back to the JOC at about 11 o'clock. The Provincial Commissioner said that to Major Annandale to check with the JOC as to whether Mr. Mathunjwa has already addressed the protesters.
Saphinda umva siphindela phaya kwiJOC naye uProvincial Commissioner kuthe phaya ko11 wabese u-provincial commissioner ecela u-Anandela ukuba ake afumane intetho ukuba uMathunjwa usayithethile nalabantu phaa entabeni.
And the report came to say that he has not been at a copy.
Kwavela ke ingxelo yokokuba akayanga phaya entabeni.
The provincial commissioner, chairperson, I don't know whether she phoned Mr. Mathunjwa directly or phoned someone else, but what is my recollection is that the provincial commissioner took the initiative of contacting Mr. Mathunjwa.
Andiyazi kuba wamtsalela umnxeba kanene kwenzeka ntoni apho kodwa ke into endiyaziyo okokuba wazama u-provincial commissioner ucamshelana noMathunjwa.
At that time, we were standing outside the jog. There is a place there looking like the thresh house, and we were sitting there with the provincial commissioner in front of the jog.
Phandle kwejog phambili nje kwejog kwindlu ethile apho sasinaye u-provincial commissioner.
I take it
I
when
take it
you...
references to a LAPA.
Yes.
Yes, Chairperson. I take it
Zivuleka apha phezulu kuthiwa yilapha.
I take it as the provincial commissioner is making this call, you are in her presence. In other words, you are with her.
Ngelo xesha ethetha apha kwifowuni u-provincial commissioner ubunaye khona apho.
Correct, chairperson.
Ewe.
What did the provincial commissioner convey to Mr. Mathunjwa over the phone?
Wathini ke u-provincial commissioner apha kumnxeba kwifowuni kuMathunjwa?
The provincial commissioners asked Mr. Mathunjwa that she just wanted to know, as Mr. Mathunjwa informed her senior managers yesterday, how far he has gone on that morning.
Wabuza u-provincial commissioner kuMathunjwa ukuthi njengoba ubuthetha ne-commander zami eziphezulu phezolo ugqibele ngantoni ngoku.
In other words, she's reminding Mr. Mathunjwa of his indications the previous evening of the 15th, what he said he was going to go and do at the copy. Is that correct?
Ubemkhumbuza ngento abeyithethe phezolo ukuba uzawuya ayokwenza ntoni phaya entabeni uMathunjwa kunjalo?
Correct, chairperson.
Ewe.
What did she say he was going to go and do?
Wathini ke u-provincial commissioner kuMathunjwa uba uthembise ukuthi uzokwenza
Said she
okunye.
spoke to him, said you didn't do what you said you were going to do, and then she said what he had said he was going to do. What did she say?
Wathi yintoni le abeyithembisile wathi Mathunjwa uthembise ukuthi nokuthi nokuthi.
Chairperson, the provincial commissioner asked me, Mr. Mathunjwa, whether he has gone to the copy to address the protesters.
Wambuza u-provincial committee buza uMathunjwa ukuba usoyile ngokwentabeni wathetha nabaqhankqalazi.
At 9 o'clock, as you have indicated.
Watsho kokuba njengoba utshilo kokuba uzawuya phaya ngo-9.
Because the provincial commissioners concerned by that time to say, if people expected you at 9 o'clock and you are not there, they will be agitated.
Into eyayiphazamisa kakhulu provincial commissioner kokuba xa uthembisa abantu ubafika ngo-9 kude kubethe u-11 ungakafiki kuzawubakho ukungaxoli kubo.
Did she say anything else?
Khona enye into ayithetha?
Nothing, chairperson.
Ayikho enye into ayithetha.
His reply?
Impendulo yathini ke vela kumhlekazi uMathunjwa?
Of course, this is over the phone. You don't hear what Mr. Mathunjwa is saying. Was the PC's phone on speaker? Could you hear what Mr. Mathunjwa was communicating back to the provincial commissioner?
Ake kwi-speaker u-provincial commissioner ukwazi ukuva ukuba uthini uMathunjwa kanene bebathetha njengomnxeba lo uqhelekileyo.
No, chairperson.
It was not on speaker. Beyingekho kwi-speaker ifoni provincial commission.
And he then reported to the LAPA, didn't he?
Correct, chairperson.
And he had a conversation with the provincial commissioner in your presence.
Bethetha nje
Right.
nawe ukhona apho.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe mhlekazi.
What did she say then?
Wathini ke apho?
Chairperson, on the arrival of Mr. Matunjwa, I introduced him to the Provincial Commissioner.
Take fikeni kwakho mhlekazi uMathunjwa ndasendiya ndimazisa ke ku provincial commissioner.
And when I introduced Mr. Matunjwa to the Provincial Commissioner, I said that the Provincial Commissioner, she is the Provincial Commissioner of Northwest.
Ndathi kanti mazisa ke ndi-introduce uMathunjwa ku-commissioner ndamxelela okokuba lo ngumphathi wephondo provincial commissioner yase-northwest.
Sorry, General, can you just take one small step back? At the conclusion of this telephone conversation between the PC and Mr. Matunjwa in your presence, does the PC then tell you and General Annandale what it is that Mr. Matunjwa told her over the phone?
Eli xesha ethetha noMathunjwa ngomnxeba ke ngefowuni ekugqibeleni apho wanixelela no-Annandale ukuba uMathunjwa uthi.
No, Chairperson, the only thing is that I saw Mr. Matunjwa arriving at the Lapa.
Azange asixelele kodwa into eyenzekile ukuba ndabona uMathunjwa ngelo xesha eqhamuka phaya kwilapha.
Right, he arrives, you introduce him to the provincial commissioner. Now, Mr. Matunjwa has said in his evidence
Uthe uMathunjwa apha ke kubungqina bakhe general.
that at that time, you said that the provincial commissioner is in charge of the operation.
Uthi uMathunjwa kubungqina bakhe wamxelela okokuba osophethe ngoku yonke lento eyenzeka apha ngu-provincial commission.
Did you say that to Mr. Matunjwa?
Wayithetha into enjengaleyo kuMathunjwa mhlekazi?
No, Chairperson.
Andizange ndithethe.
Right. What then happens between Mr. Matunjwa and the provincial commissioner at the Lapa or near the Lapa?
Phaya ke kule ndlu kwasekwenzeka ntoni ke phakathi kukamhlekazi uMathunjwa no-provincial commission?
The Provincial Commissioner reminded Mr. Matunjwa of the importance of his assurance, or what I can say, the commitment, and how critical it was that he convinced the protesters to lay down their arms.
Into eyathethwa ngu-provincial commissioner kuMathunjwa wambekela ukuba emfondini bona unento ebaluleke gqitha ofanele uyenze apha okokuba ukwazi ukuxelela aba bantu baphaya ukuba bebeke phansi izixhobo zabo.
Mr. Matunjwa responded by saying that he had been at the Lonmin management offices for early morning.
Wathi uMathunjwa kusuka kusasa kuseni ube phaya ofisini le management yakwa Lonmin.
And that management did not want to commit to continued negotiations.
Wathi ke i-management iyaveza okokuba ayizimisele bona ukuchubeka ngolu thothetho.
Mr. Matunjwa stated that the reason for him not addressing the protesters at 9 o'clock
Wathi isizathu esenza okokuba angayi kuthetha nabaqhankqalazi ngo-9 uMathunjwa.
and that he emphasized the Provincial Commissioner then emphasized her concern was with his commitment to finding a peaceful solution.
Wathi ke u-provincial commissioner into axhalabe ngayo kakhulu yena okokuba ube zimisele okokuba kubekho isisombululo esinoxolo kuyo yonke lento.
And he further requested Mr. Matunjwa to go to the copy and convince the protesters.
Wamphinde wamcela uMathunjwa okokuba makaye phaya entabeni akwazi ukuguqula imbono zabaqhankqalazi.
What was Mr. Matunjwa's response?
Wathini kanene wenza ntoni uMathunjwa?
Mr. Matunjwa said to the Provincial Commissioner he will go to the copy.
Wathi uzawuya entabeni uMathunjwa. Esisho ku-commissioner provincial.
What then happened, General?
Kwasekwenzeka ntoni ke?
Chairperson, we did receive the report that Mr. Matunjwa has gone to the copy,
Sayifumana ingxelo ukuba uMathunjwa uyile entabeni.
and he did address the protesters,
Nokuthi ufike phaya wathetha nabaqhankqalazi.
And Mr. Matunjwa did come back to the jog.
Wabuya umhlekazi Mathunjwa wabuya apha kwijog emva koko.
And when he arrived at the jog, then he requested to see the provincial commissioner.
Uthe xa efika phaya wafika wenza isicelo sokuba ufuna ubonana ne-provincial commissioner.
I was in the jog at that time. Then when I saw him, I went to him.
Ndandipha kwijog xa ndimbona esiza phaya ndaya kuye.
Roughly what time are we talking about now?
Thetha ngaxesha lini ke ngoku general.
Chairperson, it was towards 1 o'clock, between 12 and 1 o'clock at that time.
Mhlekazi ngelo xesha wasebethile u12 kusiya ku1.
Yes, please continue.
Qhubeka ke Nkosi yami.
And when he arrived at the jog, he says, I want to see the provincial commissioner, and I informed him that the provincial commissioner has gone to Fencrest Hospital.
Uthe xa efika sithi ufuna ubona i-provincial commissioner ndamxelela ukuba ihambile ngoku i-provincial commissioner iye esibhedlele sase-Fencrest.
And he insisted to see the provincial commissioner. Then I phoned the provincial commissioner.
Sorry, did you tell him or did you know why, for what purpose the provincial commissioner had gone to Fencrest Hospital, and did you convey that to Mr. Matunjwa?
Isizathu sokuhamba ka-provincial commissioner aye phaa e-Fencrest esibhedlele wamxelela uMathunjwa ukuba yintoni?
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe.
What did you convey to him? What did you tell Mr. Matunjwa the provincial commissioner had gone to hospital to do?
Wathi kuMathunjwa uye phaa esibhedlele sase-Fencrest uprovincial uyokwenza ntoni?
To visit and check Lieutenant Baloy, who was admitted since the 13th of August.
Waye yobona visita uLieutenant Baloyi lo wayenzakele phaya kulesiya sehlakalo.
So he persists on seeing the provincial commissioner. You tell him that the provincial commissioner has gone to hospital. Then what is his response?
Emva kokuba umxelela ngakho ukomishina uhambile usesibhedlela wathi yena ufuna ukumbona kwasegqibela ngantoni?
Chairperson, I did phone the provincial commissioner, and the provincial commissioner said that as an overall commander, I'm still there. I should address Mr. Matunjwa, and
Ndanantsika ke ndafonela
Please
uprovincial
finish the
commissioner
sentence
ndimxele
before the-
wathi provincial commissioner hayi nguwophethe lapho ikomanda ephezulu sebenza noMathunjwa.
and Chairperson, when I check where is Mr. Matunjwa,
Ke xa ndigqiba apho ndifuna ukubona ukuba uMathunjwa uphi,
I realized that Mr. Matunjwa has gone.
afumana ukuba usehambile usemkile uMathunjwa.
Now let's go back a little bit. You're saying the
Siphinda umva kancane.
the provincial commissioner says to you as overall commander, you are there. Just say that again, because you didn't finish the sentence when the interpreter came in. What did the provincial commissioner say you must do as overall commander?
Ndixolise apha uthi ndiye ndaphazamisa ubuza umhlekazi uMathunjwa kokuba wathi uMathunjwa efowunela uprovincial commissioner wathetha into ethize kuyo wathi nguwe ophethe lapho njenge-overall commander ugqibisele apho.
The provincial commissioner said, as an overall commander, communicate with Mr. Matunjwa. Ask him what is that he wants to see me about, then he will brief me.
Wathi kum njengecommander eyona eyongemele ephethe mandithethe noMathunjwa ndimbuze uba yintoni lafuna ukubonela uprovincial commissioner ngayo emva koko ndimxelele.
Then what happened?
Emva koko
When I check where is Mr. Matunjwa, I realized that Mr. Matunjwa, he was not there, but his delegation was still standing where I left him when I was talking to the provincial commissioner, because I just stood a little bit, some few paces where Mr. Matunjwa was, and while speaking to the provincial commissioner on the cell phone.
ndithe ngeli xesha ndithetha noprovincial commissioner ndathi ukusuka kancane apho izinyathelo ezimbalwa nje ndithe xa ndiphenduka ndafumana uMathunjwa akasekho apho kodwa aba ahambisana nabo idelegation yakhe isekhona apho ndishiye khona.
Yes, then you came back, then
And-
what happened?
When I came back and the delegation said, no, Mr. Matunjwa also wanted to be escorted to the mountain.
yathi abahamba nabo delegation yathi enye into uMathunjwa ubeyifuna okokuba akhashwe xa esiya phaya entabeni.
And that he saw there were vehicles there, that those are the vehicles that were of the task force which were used to escort him yesterday.
Uthi wabona inqwele zazimi apho inqwele zamapolisa lawe task force obehambe ahambe ngazo xa esiya phaya ngemini egqithileyo.
Realizing that the delegation is still here, then I tasked Brigadier Chilwani to arrange for the transport.
Uthe ndibona ke aba basebenzisa noMathunjwa basekhona apho ndacela uChilwane uBrigadier Chilwane okokuba makenze okokuba aba bantu bahanjiswe phaya.
And the escorting of this delegation to the mountain.
Okokuba makenze okokuba kuthathwe le delegation kaMathunjwa iphakezelwe phaya entabeni.
Brigadier Chilwani did report to me to say, General, the keys of those vehicles, they were with the drivers and the members on duty.
Wathi ke kum uBrigadier Chilwane izitshixo zalezi moto general ziphethe ngodriver naba bebasebenza ngazo ezi moto.
But I also managed, if I remember well to say, I managed to get a branded Kumbi from the Lonmin mine, but I also arranged that Captain Silike escorted them. That was a report I received at that time.
Yendafumana ke into ethe kokuba uye wenza inzame zokufumana ikhumbi ebhaliwa yakwa Lonmin wacela uSilike okokuba kube nguye okhapha la madoda.
And while I was still wondering while Mr. Matunjwa left, then
Sacinga okokuba into ndihambisa uMathunjwa ngoku.
Oh, Mr. Matunjwa was not escorted to the copy. Is that
Wayengekho
what you're saying,
uMathunjwa
General?
kwaba babeyisa entabeni.
Chairperson, maybe I should also refer to the commission to F 25, the OB that was made by Brigadier Chilwani.
Kwenziwa i-entry kwabhalwa phaya ku-occurrence book ibhalwa nguChilwane eyenzeka ngelo xesha endizama ukuthi ndiyibonise i-commission.
Which entry specifically, General?
The entry, Chairperson, it will be 1004.
That's on pagination, page 181, page 24 of F 25. Well, it reads, situation report, it's at 11:55. Brigadier Tsilwana reported that the president of AMCU just left the base on his own to visit the group at the copy, and he left the rest of the group of AMCU behind, and the Lonmin branded combi with other members of AMCU drove to the copy, and Captain Sileke of mobile operations escorted them. Is that the entry to which you wish to refer?
Chairperson, correct?
Ile entry athetha ngayo yabhalwa apha ukuba kwenzeke ntoni apho kuzawukhashwa aba bakhashwa ngeli polisa esehambile engasekho umhlekazi.
So Mr. Matunjwa left before he could be escorted. Is that what you're saying?
uMathunjwa wahamba phambi kokuba nifumane ithuba lokuba nimkhaphe nimse phaya.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo.
Did you then receive any report? We've covered this ground, but since we are here now, let's do it for the sake of completion. Did you then receive further reports?
Kukho ingxelo oze wazifumana ke emva koko ezinye reports
About what Mr. Matunjwa had said at the copy?
ngentetho kaMathunjwa agqibele ukuyithetha phaya ekopini.
No, Chairperson.
Andizange nifumane.
Right. So Mr. Matunjwa has gone back to the copy. Did he come back after that?
Esehambileyo kumathunjwa kuyapha ekopini waphinde wabuya kuni.
Chairperson, in my understanding and also my recollection, this was the second time that he went to the copy.
Ngokuva kwami nokwazi waye kwakukwesibili ixesha lesibili.
I'm sorry,
esiya
what's the
phaya.
entry number in the occurrence book?
She says 1004, Chairperson.
Well, that's
This
1155.
pagination, yes.
That's, and Mr. Matunjwa in his evidence says this problem about the transport occurred before his first address at the copy. That's what he says in his statement, which is an exhibit before us. And the occurrence book entry clearly relates to the first visit, not the second.
General, perhaps while we are here, let's deal with the time.
So, just to give you the information that you want. In the bundle that you've given us of statements, Mr. Matunjwa's statement is which is exhibit double N. It's behind the tab 13 in your bundle, the second bundle, and in paragraph 69, which is on page 171, he refers to the problem about transport. And that, I take it's what the witness is talking about. That, he says, happened before the first visit. It was quite clear in the context. And that also appears to be the case if one has regard to entry 1004, which is, at the time of which is 11:55. And it quite clearly refers to what happened before the first visit, because that's dealt with in 1010. And then in 1014, we see that there's a situation report that the union rep, which is obviously a reference to Mr. Matunjwa, wants to go to the copy. This is obviously for the second time now. They tell the group that the mine management doesn't want to negotiate. General Naidu to talk to the union rep as he requested to talk to this SAP's management. So that's something that the witness will be getting to. So it's quite clear that there's something wrong with this evidence on this point. But it's probably a genuine mistake, so as we can sort, unless, I can't see that there's any sinister aspect, so perhaps you can sort it out now.
Yes.
Uzakuyichaza ugeneral lento ebathi ayivakali kakuhle phaya ngoku.
General, while we are on this point, can you take the Commission briefly through how F25 was recorded? The process of recording F25 regards the time and the detail.
The exhibit F25 is a hlakalo ezinamaxesha ezibekwe ngawo yayenziwa.
Are these entries contemporaneous? In other words, is the entry entered at the time that the event to which the entry relates happens, or at the time that the report about the event is conveyed to the jog?
Umbuzo kokuba apha ke kubhalwa ngelo xesha isenzeka loo nto noma ngexesha kwenziwa ireport yesehlakalo esenzekileko kubekwe ixesha apha.
Chairperson, at this time, maybe I need just to put it in the correct perspective, is that that OB entry 1004, it was in the morning after Mr. Matunjwa spoke to the provincial commissioner, and that is correct. And then when he came for the second time, and when I wanted to check after I spoke with the provincial commissioner, I couldn't find him. And then that's the time then he sent Major General Edendale the SMS. Just wanted to put that in that perspective.
That's the SMS you refer to in paragraph 47 of your statement, which is G12, which was at about 2:15 in the afternoon.
Ubeka ngokuba kwakule xesha lika 2:15 njengoba ibhalile phaya kwi-statement sakhe ugeneral okokuba le nto yenzeka nini xa emfuna apho engasamtholi na ngexesha ke esethumela i-SMS lena okwathethwa ngayo.
Chairperson, may I just check the page?
Yeah, sure. In the bundle that we've got, I think it's the second bundle, at page 20, is the paragraph 47 of your statement, G 12. And there you refer to this SMS you got from Mr. Matunjwa soon after he left, which you quote, and which you say he sent it to you at about 14:15, in other words, 2:15 in the afternoon.
The question was again, say, I was looking at this.
May I proceed?
What he did, he corrected the evidence he'd given earlier and said that the problem about the vehicles and the transport actually took place before Mr. Matunjwa went to the copy the first time.
Ubechazile uGeneral apha kokuba la ngxaki babenayo ngezimoto kokuba makayenzeka kusasa uMathunjwa xa ezoya phaya ityeli lokuqala.
Then he said, when Mr. Matunjwa came back, he wanted to speak to the provincial commissioner, and he's already told us about that. And then eventually, Mr. Matunjwa left before he could speak to him again. And shortly after he left, he sent an SMS, which is at 2:15, which is quoted in paragraph 47 of his statement.
Wabe sesixela kokuba emva kokuba sebuyile uMathunjwa kwenzeka ntoni waphindela kwesibili wabuya kwaba ngelixesha esemfuna pha engasamtholi xa ezothumela i-SMS uthi ngelo xesha kwakungaba ngo-2:15 kanje.
Yes, and what's your answer, General? Do you agree?
Yes, I agree, Chairperson.
And of course, you will
Ndiyavumelana
find
naloo
this in slide 186 of Exhibit L. That's where the times and the SMSs are set out. But mine is a more general question in anticipation of cross-examination on the precise time entries in Exhibit F5. Could you take the Commission through very briefly, General, in general terms, since you were at the jog, you observed how F25 was prepared, the entries there were entered. What was the process? What processes were followed that culminate in an OB entry?
Apha ke kwi-Occurrence book khawusichazele okokuba isebenza kanjani lena xa kuvezwa into ethize kuye kubhalwe kanjani ixesha libekwa kanjani apho nento enje khawusichazele ngosebenza kwayo.
Chairperson, at an operation such as that, and when members are on the ground and the commanders are talking on the radio,
Operation efana nalena mhlekazi apho kuphume amalungu amapolisa asebenza phaya kukho iikomanda ezisebenzisa ifonomfono.
we have a member of the service who is called an occurrence book, is referred to the OB as an abbreviation occurrence book, who registers the entries.
Kukho ilungu eliye linikezwe umsebenzi apho okokuba lona liphathele i-OB kuba kube lilo elibhala ezehlakalo apho.
Yes, what process does he follow that culminates in the
I
occurrence?
think you'll find it's a she, it's Brigadier Pretorius.
Apha kwakungu-Brigadier Pretorius okokuba wayesebenza ngendlela enjani ke.
Brigadier Pretorius, I need also to put it clear that she was in charge of those people. She was not doing it her personally.
Mandithi uBrigadier Pretorius uye wayephethe abo bantu babebhala ezi zinto ezehlakalo wayengabhali yena ngokwakhe.
If a report comes, a member will write it on a separate paper.
Xa ifika ingxelo elo lunga liyibhala kwiphepha eliliphethe elilodwa.
And construct the sentence and transfer it to F25.
Uthi ke ngaleyo ndlela bese ibhala ngendlela efaneleka bese suka apho ithatha ayifaka apha ku-Occurrence book F25.
And would the event that is reported from the ground to the jog, would that have been conveyed at the same time as that event was happening?
Ngoku lawo ntetho iyawugqithiselwa kwijoko ngeso sikhathi ngelo xesha iyesenzeka lento.
No, Chairperson. It does sometimes happen that when it's reported, maybe it might have happened earlier, it might have already happened.
Injalo mhlekazi ngoba kwamanye amaxesha xa ireportwa lento isuke seyenzekile ngexesha eliphambili kwelo ibikwa ngalo.
And also it does happen that when the member actually made the entry in the occurrence book, the time might also differ.
Kungenzeka okokuba elilunga ke libhala lento phaya kwi-occurrence book liyibhala sekugqithe ixesha elithize liyifumene ngalo.
Would not the original note that the person made have the time at which the report was received?
Ubuzo kokuba le report xa yenzeka akuxelwa na okokuba yenzeke ngaxesha lini xa ireportwa kwelo lungu.
Chairperson, I just wanted to find the question. Are you referring to the notes of the members making? Normally,
When a member receives a report and writes down what was reported, is not the time recorded on that piece of paper as well?
Uthi xa imember ifumana ireport ke ibhala kweli phepha ixesha ngalishiwo nako ukuba yenzeke ngexesha lini loo nto libhalwe nalo apho kwelo kwephu.
the member takes, when the report comes, the member takes the time in the jog at that time and writes it there.
Xa ifika ireport imember lena ebhalayo ithatha ixesha elikhona apho kwijog ngelo xesha ibhale elo xesha.
But it does happen that if the incidents, they happen faster, you might find the member might not be able to cope to write the times correctly.
Izinto zisenzeka ke ngobuninzi zingena kungenzeka okokuba limember ibethe lixesha ingakwazi ukubhala
Let's
ngelo
try and
xesha
clarify this by way of example, General.
Ake
Say
sizame ngolu
an
hlobo.
event happens at 11. It is reported to the JOG at 11:15. The person who is doing the JOG entry, the OB entry, enters it in the, does the OB entry at 11:30. Which time will the person who is entering that event at 11, at the OB entry, will he use? Will he use 11 o'clock or 11:15 or 11:30? Is it clear?
Mandithi ke generally isehlakalo senzeka phaya ngo-11 kuthi ke imember le ebhalayo phaya ifumane le report ngo-11:15 bethe lixesha ize iyoyibhala phaya kwi-OB ngo-11:30 leliphi ixesha elizovela apho kwi-OB 11:15 noma 11:30.
General, just stop paging. Just listen to me.
Sukupheja,
You're going to
mamela
run ahead
ngibuzo.
of me. The event happens at 11.
Andiyiphinde
You
yenzeka
don't- you
ngo-11
don't-
lento
The interpreter doesn't have to reinterpret this. It's exactly the same thing.
uthi
I
bese
said.
ndiyitolikile mhlekazi umamele.
The event happens at the event happens at 11. It is reported to the JOG by radio at 11:15. The person who does the OB entry does the OB entry at 11:30.
Assume that he or she went off and had tea in the meanwhile. I can understand if things are happening fast and furious. I can understand, for example, with entry 1018, where it seems there are a whole series of different entries, all recorded under one. And messages are coming in very quickly. I can understand the pieces of paper get out in the wrong order, and you can't rely on the times exactly. But here if you've got an entry, you say something happens at 11, that's not relevant. It's reported at 11:15, written down by somebody. You say they only transfer that to the currents per quarter of an hour later, and I ask you, is it suggested they went and had tea in the meanwhile?
No.
That sounded like a silly suggestion, if I may say so.
Uthi
Let me
umhlekazi
make it
ezi
easier.
zinto zazenzeka
General, let me
ngokushesha
take you
phaya
to,
ikhona into yokuba bangabethwa amaxesha.
yes,
So,
to paginated page 182 of 8885. That's page 25 of Triple F 25. And take you to entry 1015.
Njengisa phaya kwi-OB into engene ngo-10:15 ixesha elibhalwe ngo-10:15.
Now, there is an entry there that says, Provincial Commissioner instructed that the tactical intervention proceed.
Uyayibona apho ithi khona wanikeza lo myalelo uprovincial commissioner okokuba makuthathwe elonyathelo.
Did that happen at 3:10 that afternoon?
No, Chairperson, when I was paging, when the legal representative was saying do not want to page, I just wanted to use this entry as an example.
Yeah, what time did
Usithi
that happen?
ndingapage benifuna ukukubonisa yona le nto lo uthetha ngayo ngoku njengesibonelo.
It did happen at 13:30, but it was recorded as it has happened at 15:10.
Yenzeka ngo-10:30 le nto kodwa ke kubhalwe phaya okokuba yenzeka iyaripotwa ngexesha lika-15:10.
That answer isn't entirely correct. What happened was the meeting started at 1:30. Various things happened at the meeting. And one of the things is that there was an operation tactical briefing given by Lieutenant Colonel Scott. Another thing that happened was the provincial commissioner gave certain instructions. And we know from the minutes of that meeting, it was quite a lengthy meeting, a number of things were said. At the end of the meeting, obviously, or shortly thereafter, Brigadier Pretorius made this report. But you can't say this happened at 1:30 because this includes a reference to the tactical briefing given by Lieutenant Colonel Scott, which must have taken some time. The meeting started at 1:30, it ended, I'm not quite sure when, but obviously considerable time later. And this entry was made sometime thereafter, but it doesn't relate to something that happened at 1:30, it relates to something that started at 1:30, isn't that correct?
Injalo le nto okokuba ikhombisa okokuba iqale nini le nto yaqala ngo-1:30 kuleyo meeting. Kuthe ke phakathi kwelo xesha nelibhalwe ngalo kwenzeka izinto eziningi njengale report yanikwa uScott, intetho ka-provincial commissioner nezinye izinto. Akunjalongo, ikhombisa apha ixesha eqale ngalo u-1:30.
Chairperson, according to the standing order, how the occurrence book has to be written, it should have said late entry, and then it should state this incident started at 13:30, and then it does explain that. This is what I'm trying to explain.
Into endizama ukuyichaza apha imigaqo esisebenza phantsi kwayo.
And then the
Order.
key word will say special JOCOM, and then it does explain exactly what happened. That's why Madam said that the first key word, it will be late entry, and then it will state that the incident happened at 13:30.
Xa le nto ibhalwe emva kwexesha ngokomthetho ke obekiwe phaya standing order uthi kufanele ibhalwe okokuba i-late entry ibhalwe emva kwexesha kushiwo okokuba yenzeke ngeliphi ixesha yabhalwa ni.
General,
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, the JOCO meeting, does that take place in the same premises where these recordings are made?
Le meeting
Reports.
ye-JOCOM iba kuyo loo ndawo apho kubhalwa khona i-meeting lezi ezibhalwa izinto ezibhalwa ku-occurrence book.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe.
Let me see if I understand the question, or rather, let me phrase a question. General, as the JOCOM meeting is happening, is the OB entry being entered? Are the recordings in the JOCOM entry book happening at the same time as the JOCOM meeting?
Mandibeke kanjena ke general nansi i-meeting ye-JOCOM iyaqhubeka apha. Ezi zinto zibhalwa phaya kwi-occurrence book zibhalwa ngelo xesha le meeting isaqhubeka.
No, Chairperson. What I mean is that
Kanjani?
if the incident happened at 13:30,
Ndichaza yile msekazi xa into yenzeke ngexesha lika-13:30
and the entry has to be made,
kufanele kubhalwe ngalo sehlakalo.
it will be made as it done at 15:10.
Ndithi ibhalwe ngo-15:10
And then it will say late entry,
kodwa
the key word.
izawubhala phaya okokuba i-late entry ibhalwe emva kwexesha.
And then it will state that the incident happened at 1 o'clock, at 13:30, and then the time when it was made, it will explain what has happened between that time, as the chairperson said it earlier on.
Izawuthi ke ngeli xesha ibhalwa ngo-15:30 ichazwe okokuba ibhalwe emva kwexesha kube sekuyachazwa ukuba yenzeke ngeliphi ixesha kuchazwe nezizathu ezenza okokuba kuyintoni kugqitha ixesha elingaka phambi kokuba ibhalwe.
So the entries that in the OB entry do not necessarily, do not happen or are not done at the same time as the JOCOM meeting is going on. Is that correct?
ngakho ke ezinto ezibhalwe phaya kwi-occurrence book azibhala ngeli xesha isaqhubeka inhlangano ye-JOCOM.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Now, then these SMSs have happened. Mr. Matunjwa has gone to the copy, he's addressed them. He sends a SMS to Major General Annandale, who then responds.
Seyile ke umathunjwa phaya entabeni kwenzeka yonke into uthumela i-SMS kuMajor General Annandale.
At about 2:30 in the afternoon. What then happens?
Elo
At the
xesha ke
JOC?
kwakungu 2:30 emva kwedina kwasebenzeka ntoni?
Chairperson, it has happened that the provincial commissioner did come back from the hospital.
Kwasekenzeka ke mhlekazi kokuba uprovincial commissioner wabuya sebuya esibhedlela.
And when she came back, she was also, myself and Major General Annandale, we were sitting at the lapa in front of the JOC.
Xa efika ufumane mina no Major General Annandale sihleli phaya kwilapha phambi kwendawo leyo mhlangano iJOC.
And there were reports that were coming since from that time, including the one of Mr. Matunjwa having gone and addressed the protesters.
Kwase kukho ingxelo ezezingenile ireport lonke lixesha ke nale yokuba uMathunjwa uye waya phaya wayothetha nabaqhankqalazi.
And at that time, we were still outside with the provincial commissioner, just between 30 and 1300 and 1330.
Phandle ke naye ucommissioner phakathi kuwe ora lokuqala 1300 kuya ku 1330.
I did brief the provincial commissioner about the happenings.
Mbalisela ke ndamxela ukuba kusale kwenzeka ntoni uprovincial commissioner.
And when I was briefing her, and then she also wanted to know how far are the people now, Mr. Matunja has addressed them, what is the progress?
Wathi ke ngelo xesha ndimbalisela ndireport kuye wandibuza ukuba bamanqaphi ngoku uMathunjwa usethethile na nabo.
Chairperson, between that time of 1330, I advised the provincial commissioner
Phakathi kwelo xesha lika 1:30 mhlekazi ndabe sendithetha no provincial commissioner ndisithi kuye.
You mean before 1330, before 1300 and 1330?
it was between, it was before the special JOCOM meeting of 1330.
Phambi kwale meeting special JOCOM meeting so 1:30.
You briefed the provincial commissioner about what? Just take the commission through what it is that you briefed
Well,
the
perhaps we
provincial
can take,
commissioner on.
I'm sorry, Judge, perhaps we can do that after lunch. I take it he's dealing with paragraph 23 of his supplementary statement at this point. Perhaps we can deal with that after the lunch adjournment?
Yabona sawuzapha
Unless you want
kwistatement
to deal
sakhe
with it now,
sesibili
Mr.
emva
Mr.
kwexesha
I mean,
I'm in
le-lunch.
your hands, you leading the witness.
Time flies. Yes, we can resume with this aspect after lunch, Chief.
Ewe sizawuqala ngale
We'll
nto
now take
emva
lunch
kwexesha le-
adjournment till 2 o'clock.
Siyawungena ngo-2 mawethu. when you speak. commission is commencing. Masukumen sonke.
The commission resumes. Major General, you're still under oath. Mr. Ngulwana, you
Just
still have
before Mr.
questions for the witness.
Just before Mr. Ngalane speaks, Ms. Chairperson, if I may, I've been given an assistant here, this young man, to interpret, to help me in the Xhosa language. He's now going to take over. Put
Yourself on record.
Your name is?
My name is Sanele Ntsingila.
Yes, I swore both him and his colleague, Ms. Rush, is here as well. They have been sworn in as interpreters and have joined the staff of the commission. I want to extend welcome to both of them. We look forward to hearing and seeing their contribution to our work.
Thank you, sir.
So you have an assistant now, Mr. Mshunga. So, Mr. Mshunga, you can sit next to him and keep an eye on him for a moment. Alternatively, you can go outside and relax for a while.
I think at the moment I'll just like to sit around with him, help him where it is necessary.
Well, as long as he doesn't mind, we'll allow that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. General, we are now on the 16th of August 2012, between about 12 midday and 1 in the afternoon. The Provincial Commissioner has returned from hospital. You brief her about something. Tell the Commission briefly what it is that you brief the Provincial Commissioner about.
Ngoku-generally, sikwi-16 August 2012. Commissioner wophondo ubuyile esibhedlela kukhona into omcelele yona kakusichazela uba into nale omcelele yona.
Chairperson, with the various reasons that they have been reported to the JOC, that they have been given to me, that they also be given to General Edendale, and I briefed the Provincial Commissioner in terms of the circumstances at that time. The incidences that happened between that, since in the morning until before 13:30. And my reasons were similar to those that in paragraph 17 of my supplementary statement. That General, I realized that the negotiations by the subs directly with them is from the Monday the 13th, the Tuesday, Wednesday, and even today, they have failed. The negotiations with them through the president of the two trade unions, AMCO and NUM, has failed. I also brief here about Papa One had reported the mood of the crowd, and that the people since from that week in terms were also being attacked, were being maimed and killed.
Emva kwezizathu ezininzi ebeziye zachazwa kwi-JOC.
Deputy, be given a copy of your statement. What you said is set out in para 17 and then repeated again in para 23. Perhaps if you had it in front of him, it would help him to interpret it.
Kunesizathu ezininzi ezizachazwa kwi-Jog Commission. Ukunxulumana no stage 3, this one.
General, effectively, what you briefed the commissioner, the provincial commissioner on between 12 midday and 1300 is what is set out on page 7A, paginated page 7A of the bundle B, the statements bundle, in which you record the factors that you put to her. Can I just get a confirmation? Are those the factors that you conveyed to the provincial commissioner as the factors that informed you in making the decision to move to stage 3?
Ubuza apha umhlekazi Ngalwana okokuba ezi zinto azixele ucommissioner zezi zibhalwe kwi-statement sakhe apha u-7A ezenza okokuba enze phambi kokuba asho ngolu hlobo ubephendule wathi ugeneral kuthe ngale mini waxelela uprovincial commissioner xa ebuya esibhedlela zonke izizathu ezezavela ingxelo ezezavezwa kubo benogeneral Anandale ngezinto zenzeka kusuka ngeli xesha wade kwaba 1:30 xa ebuya uthi ke uyebaxelela izizathu zokuba intethethano kusuka nge-30 kuze ngoba ngo-16 azibanga nampumelelo phakathi kwabo nazo zonke i-union nokuthi upapa 1 uye wenza ingxelo kubo ngokuba imeko injani phaya entabeni ngaba baqhankqalazi.
And that is paragraph 17, page 7 of HHH3, for those who don't have the pagination.
5 bullet points in para 17, those, each one of those is a particular factor that was mentioned to the provincial commissioner, is that correct?
Correct, Chairperson, with regard to those that have come to my knowledge at that time.
Ewe kunjalo kuya ngokwezo ezakubo ngale xesha.
What was the provincial commissioner's response to your briefing?
Ungaba umkomishana weprovince uye wathini ngalezo ngxelo?
She agreed with me.
Uye wavumelana nami.
Then what happened immediately after the briefing, your briefing, the provincial commissioner general?
Kuye kwenzekani emveni koko emva kwalo ngxoxo yakho nomkomishina wophondo?
Chairperson, while I was still briefing the provincial commissioner at Elapa, the provincial commissioner tasked Major General Edendale to call up a special JOCOM meeting.
Xa ndandisachazela umkomishina kulo nqubhalana lendlu waye wanixelela uba ndize ndichazele Anadeli ngalo nto yenzekileyo.
I take it you briefed the provincial commissioner orally, is that correct?
Yathemba wamxelela umkomishana wephondo ngomlomo ingaba kunjalo?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo.
What time was then the special JOCOM called by Major General Anadale?
Kwakungabani ixesha ngelo xesha lo JOCOM yayibiziwe ngugeneral?
The meeting started at 13:30.
I-meeting yaqala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala.
And if we go to EE, Exhibit EE, we know who was there. That's at pagination 269 of Exhibit EE.
Asiya kumbhalo ngxelo oku EE. Sinolwazi lokuba kwakungubani ababekhoyo kulo mhlangano.
Now, if we can revisit what the chairperson, who had been running rather far ahead of us at the time, can I take you back to TT5 and just deal with that issue? TT5, you will find at pagination 248.
ubani akuthathela sibuyele emva ku TT5 kwiphepha elingu 248.
You should now have a document whose pagination is 249A, and that is the crime intelligence report from ISACs.
Asilapho ndiyaqonda phambi kwakho inoba uliphethe iphepha elino 249A. Ingxelo esuka kwi-crime intelligence report eyayenziwe ngumnumzana Isaacs.
You have that before you, General.
Chairperson, I did see it here. No, it's not this one. I don't see it, it was here. The one of, that is written at 12 o'clock.
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about.
Thanks. It was
It's-
just lying around here.
Just to describe it, it's written at the top of the page, crime intelligence input at JOC pertaining to the decision to disarm people. It's dated 2012/08/16, 12 o'clock. You see that?
Correct, Chairperson.
It's a one-page document. Did that document, or rather, instead of saying did it serve, was that document before the special JOCOM meeting at 13:30?
Elukwebo laluphambi kwe-JOCOM, i-crime intelligence input JOC ebhalwe ngensimbi yamashumi amabini emini. Ingabe yayikhona kumhlangano wawukhona kulo umhlangano wayecala emva kwensimbi yokuqala?
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe kunjalo mhlala ngaphambili.
Can you take the commission through very briefly, General, what the discussion, the primary discussion was at 13:30? Perhaps let me start this way. I know there was no written agenda, but what was the first item that was discussed at that special JOCO meeting?
Ngake uthi uyijonga kancane ujonge uba njengoba ungekhona agenda yayibhaliwe ingaba intoni na ekwakuthethwa ngayo umhlathi oqala kwakuthethwa ngawo.
Chairperson, that was the meeting to assess the situation.
Mhlala ngaphambili lo wangumhlangano okujonga isimo.
So did give the purpose of the meeting.
Commissioner wephondo naye wanika isizathu salo mhlangano.
And when she addressed the meeting, she did not mention that I did brief her earlier on.
Xa wayethetha kulo nhlanganiso azange ayichaze into yoba ndandike ndamxelela.
And the different commanders also, they did give the feedback in terms of what was happening in the morning until at that time.
Nabo khumana bekhona behlukahlukeneyo banika ingxelo ngoba kwesenzeka ngalo ntsasa ngalo mini.
Then the decision was taken that the dispersal process can be implemented.
Isigqibo sathathwa esokuhlukanisa abo bantu babehlangene.
Now, I take it there was an intelligence report that was given. Is that correct? At that meeting?
Ndiyathemba kukhona inhlelo yobunhloli eyaye yathethwa ngayo ngalo mhlangano.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlala ngaphambili.
And I take it is the one that we've referred to earlier, the crime intelligence input at JOC at page 249A, the ISACs report.
Ndiyathemba ile buthetha ngayo yabezinhloli i-crime intelligence input eJOC eyayenziwe ngumnumzana Isaac.
Correct, Chairperson.
Now, the purpose of the meeting is self-evident from the first paragraph. It reads, in paragraph 3, the Provincial Commissioner, Attorney General Bombo, informed the meeting that she was involved in meetings with the leadership of AMCU, namely Mr. Joseph Matunjwa, to resolve the current situation for the whole morning. Mr. Matunjwa was supposed to indicate at 9 o'clock, that's a.m., whether the protesters on the copy were prepared to lay down their weapons. Mr. Matunjwa failed to provide feedback as agreed. Is that what happened at that meeting? Is that the report back that the provincial commissioner gave to the meeting?
Ngiyathemba kule ngxelo leyo ayisenziwe ngumnumzana uMbombo uMiss Mbombo ithetha uba umnumzana uMathunja ngensimbi yethoba wayewechazile uba uthethile nabo baqhankqalazi babesentabeni uba bazimisele ukubeka phansi izixhobo ingaba lo ngxelo
Correct, Chairperson.
kunjalo mhlala ngaphambili
The only matter that was not included under that paragraph, it is a briefing that I did give to the provincial commissioner earlier on.
kunjalo kodwa ingxelo engekhoyo kulo thethwano ingxelo enandinike umcommissioner
Of course, the briefing was not done at the special JOCOM meeting. Is that correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
ingxelo leyo yayingenziwanga kuleyo meeting ibucala especially uyavuma ukuthi kunjalo
You were the overall commander general of the operation.
ingaba wawunguye umcommander ophethe lonke lo msebenzi wawusenziwa
Correct, Chairperson.
And
ewe kunjalo
the entry in those minutes, and also in F5, and also in the provincial commissioner's statement, is that she instructed Major General Annandale to proceed with implementation of stage 3 of the operational plan. You see that?
Correct, Chairperson.
kwimizuzu ye-SS5 eyayisenziwa nguye ucommissioner wophondo ichaza uba wayethe kumnumzana uAnnandale uba angaqhubeleka nokwenza ustage 3 wohlelo elwaluzakwenzeka
By whom was the decision to implement stage 3 taken?
utsho ukuthi injongo yakho ukuba kuqale kusetshenziswe ustage 3
Ubani wenza isigqibo sokuba kusetshenziswe stage 3?
kulapho kwenziwa isigqibo zokuba kusetshenziswe ustage 3
Chairperson, I took a decision, I briefed the provincial commissioner, and after briefing her, she agreed, and it was also discussed in the special JOCOM meeting, and all commanders agreed for dispersal.
ndaye ndamazisa uba kungasithathwa isigqibo soqhubeka no-stage 3 waye wavuma kwaye kwaziswa nabanye amakomando uba ungaqaliswa nguqhutyeleke no-stage 3
Let me see if I understand you. You're saying you took the decision that stage 3 be implemented, you briefed the provincial commissioner about it, special JOCOM happened. At the special JOCOM meeting, she then instructed the chairperson to implement stage 3. Is that a fair assessment?
uba ngaba ndiwuva kakuhle uthi wathatha isigqibo sokuba mawuqhutyeke no-stage 3 wazisa ucommissioner wophondo owazisa enye ikomando uba mawuqhutyeleke no-stage 3 uba u-stage 3 waqala waqhubeka ingaba kunjalo
Correct, Chairperson. The agreement was also done in the special JOCOM meeting.
Can I then,
kunjalo mhlawumbe phambili isigqibo sayenziwa kwiyona ikomiti leyo ye-JOCOM
Sorry, do I understand that it was your decision initially?
Yes.
okusho ukuthi wawusisigqibo sakho
Was it your decision or your advice to the provincial commissioner?
wawusisigqibo sakho okanye wawucebise ucommissioner wophondo
I said I advised the provincial commissioner so that this is the reasons that I do have. But obviously when I advise the provincial commissioner, I will expect that it should be discussed, and also at the special JOCO meeting, it will be discussed. But for the fact that all of us, we agreed, then the decision was taken.
ndamcebisa umcommissioner wophondo emva kokucebisa kwami lona uyayathethwa kulo nhlanganiso yo-JOCOM sayithetha ngayo savumelana ngayo kwathathwa isigqibo kusukela kulo ndawo
I'm sorry, it's not clear to me, and forgive me for putting this again, General, but I need to understand, was it your decision, did you convey that to the Provincial Commissioner and say to her, these are my decisions, my reasons for arriving at this decision? Or did you say to her, this is my advice that stage 3 now be implemented?
Andana ndifuna ukuva kakuhle general ndifuna ukuqonda uba ingaba kwawuzisigqibo sakho okanye kwawulicebiso lakho umcebisa uthi ndimcebisa ngohlobo nazi izizathu zam ukuze kube kuthathwa isigqibo.
Chairperson, what I'm saying is that I made a decision and I gave reasons. So I expected maybe to Provincial Commissioner to say, I agree or disagree. And then also at the JOCOM meeting, they could have differed with me and it could not have been done if that's how I understand it.
But whose decision was it at the end of the day? Who bears ultimate responsibility for this decision? You or the Provincial Commissioner?
Ndiyatsho ndithi isigqibo kwakungesami kuba ndathatha isigqibo ndatsho izizathu zam kwaye kwahlalwa phansi kule komishini yathethwa lento azange ubekho umuntu ophikisana lento ndiyithethayo. Umhlali ngaphambili uyabuza uba kwawungezikabani na isigqibo kwawungesa general okanye kwawungesikabani.
Chairperson, as a Deputy Provincial Commissioner, if I have taken a decision before I implement something, I will brief my Provincial Commissioner. The understanding is that I took a decision, I briefed her, and she agreed with me.
Ngokwesikhundla sam ngiyakwazi ukuthatha isigqibo ndibese ndixelela umkomishina uba isigqibo sam sithini na. Ndathatha isigqibo ndamazisa isigqibo endisithathileyo.
The way it's put in your first statement. The first statement you made, which is before us as Exhibit G12, statement you made in November last year, doesn't put it that way at all. This is something which is in your supplementary statement for the first time. Is there a reason for that?
I just want to check, Chairperson.
Check.
Yes, if I may refer you to page 18 of the paginated statements bundle, General, paragraph 41 of your original statement, G12, I think it is.
Masingabuyela ku page 18 ku statement esingu GG12 ku page 41.
Read paragraph 39, which starts on page 17, and then goes on to 40, and then 41. That's the way the story is told in your first statement. There's no mention of your having made a decision. There's no mention of your having briefed the Provincial Commissioner beforehand.
Uba singabheka uqala kumhlati we-39 lo uhamba uqhubeleke uyofika kwiphepha elilandelayo. Akho lapho ichaza uba wawuthathe isigqibo.
In fact, the first sentence of paragraph 40 says that at about 13:30, the chairperson of the Special JOCOM, Major General Allendale, acting on the instruction of the Provincial Commissioner, called a special JOCOM meeting, quote, to evaluate the current strategy and possible implementation of stage 3, unquote. You, according to your evidence, had already decided it would be implemented. You persuaded the Provincial Commissioner that was so, and you then go on to say that in paragraph 41, after evaluating the situation and based on reports on the ground, the Provincial Commissioner instructed the Special JOCOM to proceed. Now that's not the same tale that you're now telling in paragraphs 22 and following of your supplementary statement. Can you explain that to us?
Ukuya ngestatement oba usibhalisile uqala ku page 18 umhlati we-40 sithi ngabo ecala emva kwensimbi yokuqala uchairperson wekomiti leyo esi-special i-JOCOM uMajor General Anadom esebenza ngokomyalelo umcommissioner wophondo wabiza lo commission ebucala eJokhom bezobheka bahlalutye indlela akwakuzoqhubela ngayo kwenziwe ngayo ustage 3 waqhubeleka kuya kumhlathi we number 41 wathi emva kokuba nijongile ni ingcelo leyo nibheke ngokuya ngokwe report kamkomishina niye waxelela i-special com ukuqhubeleka nokwenza u-stage 3
Perhaps this must be of assistance, Chair. The supplementary statement is precisely that. It covers areas.
I said that.
Because they were not covered in the
wasn't in the
original
first statement, not in the second. Sorry, it's not in the first, it is in the second. Would he explain why it's not in the first? That's the question.
General?
Chairperson,
Perfectly satisfactory explanation. I just want to know what it is.
Chairperson, when I made this statement, it was the way in which it was also recorded with the OB. The only thing that I need to explain is that earlier on I did brief the only part that was not there is a briefing to the provincial commissioner.
mhlala ngaphambili indlela endandibhalisa ngaso e-statement kwakuyindlela ekwasasibhalwe ngayo kwi-OB. Into engazange ichazwe yileyo uba ndandixelele umkomishina.
May I proceed, Chair?
I just ask something, please.
My colleague, Advocate Hemorrhoid, wants to ask a question now.
In terms of protocol, although you were the overall commander, when the provincial commander was present, would you defer to her in matters of taking decisions?
Correct.
Nangona ungumkomanda ophethe lonke operation leyo yayikhona. Xa ukhona umkomishina ophondo kwawungekuba kulungile uba unikezele kuye intambo kuba ekhona. Uthi kunjalo.
She is the one that appoints me as the overall commander. So all the decisions that I have to take, I need to communicate with her.
Kuye wayindonyulile uba ndibe nguye ongamele yonke lo nkqubo. Izigqibo endizithathayo kufuze ndizibuyisele kuye azoba kwazi ukuthi uba zilungile okanye azilunganga.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, some of these matters may become matters of argument regarding delegare, delegatus, sport, and all that. General, may I take you to Operation Platinum of the 16th of August, paginated page 130. I'm not sure what the slide would be now for people who don't have the pagination. It's SS3.
Singabuyela kwi-16 zika August sibheke umhlathi obhalwe okunumber 130.
This document, was this document that you've been referred to, was that put before, or was this perhaps a slide that was shown at the meeting, the special JOCOM meeting? Or was this document put together afterwards? Do you know?
Ngaba le ngcelo othetha ngayo yayiseyikhona ilungisiwe yavezwa phambi kwele JOC committee okanye yayingenziwe ngelo xesha.
Chairperson, the plan, as I have indicated earlier, the principle was agreed upon on Tuesday, but what was presented also at 13:30, it is that slide which we spoke about, slide 181.
This slide that we see here, at page 130, which was 183 of the police hard drive, was that slide shown to the special meeting with JOCOM?
Sorry, for the rest, it's slide 85.
Ingaba iphepha elutsho ngayo le slide ingaba lalivezwe kule meeting yango ecala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala eku page 130 ingaba yayiseyilungile nangelo xesha.
You remember the question, General? Was this slide before the special JOCOM? The one, Operation Platinum, Lonmin Mine, Marikana, August 16 August 2012, stage 3. Was that slide before the special JOCOM?
ingaba islide esikuthethwa ngaso se-Operation Platinum sasiveziwe na phambi kwaleyo nhlangano yeJACO.
The slide that was presented at the JOCOM, it is, Chairperson, not that page, not page 130. It is the plan, the risk assessment, stage 3 mission, strategic guidelines, and the operational overview.
So 130 wasn't, even though it's phrased in the present tense, Lieutenant General Mbamba has evaluated the situation and instructed Major General Annandale to proceed. The threat level is increasing. The deadline has not been honoured. Though it's written like that in the present tense, that slide wasn't actually shown at the JOCOM, is that right? Special JOCOM.
Is correct, Chairperson.
It
That's
was
what came. That's
written up
what.
afterwards.
Yes, Chairperson.
Ah, I see.
Islide zasingekho phambi kwalo commissioner naye JOCOM. Esasitsho se risk assessment, stage operation, implementation is plan 3. Uthi hayi zasingekho.
Can you take us through briefly what about stage 3 was discussed at the special JOCOM, General?
Ingaba intoni ayithethiwe malunga nonqanaba lesithathu okuthethwa ngayo kulo JOCOM.
Chairperson, I will go to paginated page 132.
Zabuyela kuphepha elingunumber 132.
And I will talk about operational overview.
Ndizawuthetha ngengxelo yondlela kwawuzoqhutywa ngayo umsebenzi.
And in talking with the operational overview, I'll state that this was the only stage that has got phases.
Ukuthetha ngendlela owawuzoqhutywa ngawo umsebenzi ngasho ngathi kwawuli indawo kuphela eyayinamanqanaba.
And also the phase 4, stage 4, 5, and 6, it was also discussed.
Inqanaba lesithathu lesihlanu lesithandathu nalo la kuthethilwe ngalo.
Chairperson, in discussing this, I would like to do a presentation with regard to slide 181 to explain how I envisage the dispersal has to take place.
Yes, may I ask the technicians to put of Exhibit L, slide 181.
Ngingathanda ukuchaza ndibonise nendlela ekwawuzoqhutywa ngalo lelo nqanaba.
That's also on page 134 of the bundle, that picture is there also, that slide.
No, it's 129, Chairperson, it's not the same. Oh, yes, it is. The one we're looking at was the one at 129.
Is there?
Yes.
Ya ndiyabona na kuphepha elingu-129 ikwakho lemiboniso.
Yes, General, could you explain briefly how the formation was made and the discussion that was going on at the special JOCOM in regard to this formation?
Correct. I thought that Chairperson maybe wants to ask a question.
And I was telling it also on the other page, page 134. That's all.
Okay.
For those who've got the bundle in front of them, and it might be helpful for them to see it. But that's all.
I just want to know who did this presentation, General?
The presentation was put by Lieutenant Colonel Scott.
Umuntu owayichaza ngaleyo kwakungu-Lieutenant Colonel Scott.
I just want to point out that though at this current slide there, the blue lines were not there when we were presenting it at 1330.
Ndifuna ukucacisa uba leya migca elihlaza phaa njengobuyibona ebhodini ngelixesha sithetha ngayo kule meeting yangecala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala yayingekho yona.
That was included after the discussion of those blue lines at 13:30 to go and brief the members at the forward holding and all the commanders by Lieutenant Colonel Scott as well as Brigadier Pretorius.
Yaye yabakho emva komhlanganiso emva kuba sesithethile sachaza ngayo xa kwakuyoxelelwa amanye amalungu uba awayephansi apho o Brigadier no Colonel Scott.
Chairperson, I need just to indicate that red line there that I point out, it is the copy.
La mgca omhlophe ndifuna ucacisa uba yinduli leyo.
Between these lines somewhere there was that belligerent group.
Phakathi kwalo migca leyo kwakukhona iqela elalilapha.
And I also want to explain this POP line and that TRT line. I wanted the commission should understand that it should still be here. Then I will explain how they will go there.
Ndifuna nokucacisa uba la migcanyana yabantu abapha phambili bekufanele isekwa lapha kwelicala lengezantsi ndizawuchaza ke uba iye kanjani bayiphele ipha kulandayo kuyo.
Chairperson, the whole part of this one, it is the power station that was there.
Apha ezantsi kulapho kwakukhona i-station sokwenza ugesi.
The unfolding of the operation, how I envisaged the dispersal, how I envisaged it, it was that we have already these 6 nyalas with razor wire, well positioned.
Ngohlobo kwawuzoqhubeka ngayo ngendlela naseyibekiwe. Zasezibekiwe ezinyala zilapha ngezantsi ezintandathu.
I want the commission should take that this part is here.
Purposes of the record, we need to explain, General. Can I try and assist? Phase 1 of the deployment, what did it include?
Chairperson, I'm going to explain that one, that the first phase of phase 1 deployment of the barbed wire is that the operational commander will give the command to place the barbed wire first as to protect the safe area and the people and the media.
And that is to the east of the copy.
Now it will also move here, that barbed wire.
Well, what I'm trying to avoid, you see, sorry, General, the record doesn't pick up here and there.
Okay.
We must explain it in words using the things that you have there on the map.
While we're doing that, there's something else we must repair, an omission we must repair while we're about it. You remember he said that on this slide, one sees the TRT, NIU, STF, what he called the second line, which is described as the second line. And he also referred to the first line, which is the POP people. Now, he indicated that in fact they were originally not as they are depicted on the slide, but they were to the right of it. If one looks to the right of it, and to the right effectively of where the barbed wire line was going to be, there are some other figures there. One red one, and which is an Nyala, I take it, and 6 other, I'm not quite sure what they are, but 6 blue shapes. And what he indicated was, as I understood him, that the first and second line were originally there. If I misunderstood him, I hope I'll be corrected. But you know, he said they weren't here, they're there. That's what he meant. And if that's correct, we can then move on to the further point that you want to have expressed in words, so that, because the record, as you say, doesn't indicate what here and there means. So, but am I correct in my first explanation?
It appears so, Chair. Let's take it through step by step. General, just in general terms, just explain to the Commission how you envisage the formation being done.
Okay.
As regards the the placing of the barbed wire, what the first line was, how far the next line would be after the pop line, with what the pop people were deployed there with, and so on. Starting with the barbed wire.
Yes.
What did you
Generally,
envisage?
ungawazi kuyichaza kuya ngokuqala kwayo sinayo kancane kancane uba kuyayiqala phi ucingo oluhlabayo lezobaphi imoto zibephi amaphoyisa abendawoni olibeke kakuhle sikwazi ukuliva.
The deployment will...
Sorry, General, just a second.
To obviate this difficulty, doesn't slide L81 have a better view of the deployment for stage 3? So that one doesn't have to deal with lines that ought not to be on the slide or anything like that.
Page 89.
There's the advantage also of telling us what K1, which I take it is copy 1, where that is, and K3, which is presumably the second scene, the third copy. And it's also got something which is not on this present slide, and that is not only forward holding area 2, but also forward holding area 1, which is above the area depicted on the present slide. So it does look as if L81 may help us forward more quickly than the present slide.
Iphepha elino L81 lilona engathi lingasibonisa kakuhle lento sithetha ngayo ngoba apha ayicacanga kakuhle sisazama
I think, to be fair, the witness hasn't got L81 in front of him at the moment, so someone must give it to him so that he can then respond to the point put.
Perhaps if he can be given the Exhibit L, Chairperson.
I think he has been.
I'm not sure if slide 81 would assist because it would seem that it's a stage later, Chair. Perhaps slide, is it 41? Slide 149 could perhaps assist.
L81 naye ngathi anganosicacela kakuhle ngoba ubonisa ngathi into evele eyenzeke kamva mhlawumbe basingabheka ku L41 mhlawumbe singabona ngconywana.
General, do you have slide 149 of Exhibit L before you? I can see it on the big screen, but do you have it in front of you?
General ngabunayo L149 phambi kwakho ngaphandle kwalo sebhodini.
No, I don't have it here. But
can
I
see it on
wanted to use slide 181 so that I should also show the movements of how with the command as quick as possible, if I may be allowed to do
Okay. Have you seen slide 81?
that. Slide 81 is not here in front of me.
May I ask the technicians to put slide 81, because just to see if that may assist you.
Mina benifune ukusebenzisa slide 181 kuba benizokwazi ukubonisa indlela akwakanjwa ngayo kuyofika kulo ndawo leyo esephezulu.
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson, and I must apologize. I think we do need to go back to 181 because a problem with all of these slides, alternative slides that have been put forward as possibilities, is they show the deployment of the barbed wire before it was reoriented at about 11 o'clock. And so it wouldn't be fair to this witness to ask to comment on this, which wasn't what was put before the jock at 1:30 or the commanders at 2:30. This barbed wire line turns up to the left. In fact, by 1:30, the barbed wire line had been pushed back to the right, which was on the original slide, which was put to the witness.
Benicela uba ngathi ngesiphindela kulo slide se-181 kuba ezinye zizivela apha ngoku zenza phambi kokuba kubekwe olucingo le-barbed wire kamba enye ibonisa uba ucingo olu beliye ngakuqala ngasekunxele kanti ekugqibeleni beliye ngasekuqaleni nangasekunene.
General, what was the first line of
Back to
deployment?
181 then, let's have 181 then, shall we? Yes.
Generally
Take us
ngaba
through the
umqoqo
various
wawungowuphi?
deployments, the various lines and phases.
The operational commander from here because here the first line of the POP will be here, the operational commander will be in front, 100 meters away it will be the TRT and the STF. The operational commander here will first give the warning to the protesters.
Would this be before or after the barbed wire has been deployed?
First of all, I said the barbed wire will be deployed to create a safe area. Operational command will give a first warning.
Luanda, would you be kind enough when he says the operational commander here to put into words what here means? It's easier for you because it's actually, as you can see above my head, behind me, whereas you can see it better than I can. And I take it you've consulted with the witness so you understand better than I can. Now, he indicated, when he said the operational commander here, if one looks at the slide, one sees immediately to the right of what was the barbed wire line, there are firstly two blue shapes, and thereafter to the right of them again are four. And I think when he said the operational commander here, he was pointing to one of those blue shapes in the second line, which is to the, and very close, very much to the right of the highest arrow pointing from the phase 1 block. Would that be correct?
General, could you be more specific? Just point to where you would envisage the operational commander to have been again on that slide.
Ngaphinde khombe general uba kanye kanye wawucinge uba uzazibeka phi command ezakho ngohlobo.
The operational commander from here, from this point, after the barbed wire has been put to create a safe area, and that place there, this one here, it could have been made open so that after the first warning, the POP will be given a command to come and position at this place.
Before you proceed that far, General, can I ask you the first line of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is it brown or red? In that orange line, is that the barbed wire? Is that where the barbed wire would have been placed?
This orange line, it indicates where the barbed wire will be placed.
Where would the pop line have been in relation to that line?
The pop line will be in front of the barbed wire after it has been placed, but there will be a space just open there so that they could be able to take position for dispersal.
So to the right of the orange line depicting the barbed wire, you would have the pop line.
Correct,
How
Charles.
far from the barbed wire?
Not very far from the barbed wire, but the TRT and the STF will be 100 meters away from the POP line.
Can I understand this? Behind that barbed wire depicted by 1 to about 5 reds or browns and that yellow and that orange line, you have some small figures, I don't know what I can call them, in green. Is it green or blue? You have 2 in front just to the top of the longest arrow, that white arrow, you see that?
Oh, this one?
Yes, there, that cluster. What does that represent, that cluster of blue?
Let's give the interpreter a chance to interpret that. And I don't like this, this and that and here and there, because that's going to look terrible on the record for those poor people who have to read it later. The historians of the future are sitting in the archives reading this lot, apart from us when we look at it in a few months' time. So anyway, let's give the interpreter a chance to interpret first. He doesn't have to interpret what I said about the historians of the future, and then we can carry on.
Kulamcanyana obovunya unezandawunyana zinhlanu phaya kulapho kume khona ucingo oluhlabayo ngase kunxele kwalo ukuya phaya khona indumenyana ngathi zilihlazanyana okanye ezimbini phaya kulapho bekuzoma khona icela elibizwa ngoba iPOP kube khona ngaphambili ukuvuleka kwenzela ukuthi xa kukhona ukwenza kube khona ukwazi ukuhambeka ukuya ngapha ngasekunene.
To the right, General, of where the barbed wire would have been, there's a cluster of about 5 or 6 blue. What did that cluster represent?
Ngasekunene kwale cingo oluhlabayo kukhona indudlanyana ezintandathu phaya zona ingaba zithethe ukuthini.
This cluster should have taken position after the first warning has taken place. It represents,
No, General, sorry to interrupt. That's not where I'm talking. I'm saying to the right, behind the, there, that
Yes.
cluster.
yes.
What did it represent?
That cluster represents the TRT after the first warning has been given for the PO, after the first warning to the pedestrian has been given.
And how far behind the pop line would that cluster have been positioned?
That cluster here, it should have positioned 100 meters there, but
When you say here and there,
oh,
you
just
mean-
behind the pop line.
And
Well,
were these,
Sorry, it's been represented to me, you're not giving the interpreter a chance. I understand, it's difficult to stop and wait for the interpretation. On the other hand, if the interpreter has to interpret a long slab of stuff, it's very difficult for him to remember everything that you've said. So I'm afraid part of the discipline we all have to accept is, I know I'm very bad at it, but still we must all accept to give the interpreter a chance.
yes, Chair.
Ngohlobo jonga uthi ngasekunxele kwalamgcaleyo kulapho kume khona eziya ndudlanyana zintandathu phaya. Wabuza umgama phakathi kwabo nocingo oluba obungakanani na.
So you've testified, did I understand you correctly, that the TRT line would have been, did you say 80 or 100 meters behind the pop line?
Correct, Chairperson.
Uthi
Which
umgama
one? 100 or 80?
TRT kwawuzoba
It's 100.
umgama ongango 80 okanye 100 ukusuka kule. Uyaqinisekisa uba izobe i-100 yomgama emeters.
Were all these phases deployed at the same time, General, or was it done gradually?
Not at the same time.
Ubuza uba ngaba zonke nezenziwa ngexesha linye na. Uthi azenziwanga ngaxeshanye.
Let's take the tier German. May I suggest, Mr. Ingledwana, I know it's going to be difficult, but I'd be grateful if you'd try to formulate your questions in a way which doesn't put thises and that's and here's and there's in. So it may have to require a bit of preparation to line up the things to things that we can see on the slide. I know it's not easy, but that's why I'm asking you to do it over the tier German. We'll take the tier German now.
Ixesha letiye masukumeni.
Yeah.
You have to explain.
Hey, no,
Don't say there. No, say between the two lines. Marikana,
By audio can but if you listen to the audio or
No,
hear,
then happen the record. The
No, I must just say,
okay, on the line,
On the right-hand
on the
side,
left-hand side of the line, behind
the red and the
the
blue,
red,
or in between the green and the what, or in between the what.
there's an open space.
You describe it. But otherwise, it's all right, General.
But also, you're gonna, even if you can say that, a human being forget this here and there is the things that you grow up with.
Yes,
You will say, oh, sorry, on the left-hand side of the barbed wire, there should be a space. These things will not use.
Cross-examination.
Where's that slide 181? The
No.
big one, the color one you had in your file.
Okay.
Wasn't it in this file?
No, it's somewhere here. Somewhere in the file. I start again with the here.
Commission resumes. Major General, you're still under oath. Mr. Ngulwana, now that you've regained your seat, perhaps you'd like to carry on with the examinations.
Sengaphansi kwesifungo, General.
Thank you, Chair.
Can you give us an indication, I know it's difficult, but can you give us an indication as to how long you're likely to be with the examination in chief?
I was hoping to finish tomorrow, Chair, until I learned to my horror that tomorrow is a half day.
Uthi becinga uba uzawugqiba ngomso umhlekazi
Well, I'm sure it's
Ngalwana.
only to your horror that tomorrow is a
Kodwa
half
ke
day,
uthi-
but we'll...
Kusasa kuyawuba nje i-half
So,
day
does that mean you're going to finish on Monday? Tuesday. Sorry, Tuesday, Monday being a public holiday. Oh, yes, Advocate Himrod suggested to your horror also, Monday is a public holiday. So you're going to finish on Tuesday,
It's
with all your
most
horrors
likely-
behind you.
Sinethemba
most
kokuba
likely,
yogqibela
Chair.
ngolwesibini kule veki ezayo.
If we sat until 4:30 tomorrow, I'd finish.
Xa singahlala ngomso kude kube ngu-4:30.
I had thought of that, but I'm informed that some people have made bookings which they can't change, and that I'll have a revolution on my hands if I try to impose what you want to do. I mean, you and I could sit here alone with the witness maybe, but I'm not sure anybody else will be here.
Kukho abantu abasenze amalungiselelo goduka amaxesha athize
Yes,
ngomso
Mr.
engakwazi
Himrod
ukuba
suggests it will
ngiwatshintshe.
be an unprotected strike, which is appropriate in this context.
Well, thank you, Chair. Well,
Facetious, let's get on with the matter.
Chair, we've tried to follow a more pragmatic approach. Whether it's pragmatic or not, I suppose the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. General, may I take you to slide 149?
General, singabuyela kwislide esingunumber 149.
Exhibit L is slide 149, sorry. And it'll be shown on the big screen.
Exhibit 9, sis, kuwele 149, izobe iboniswa apha embhodini.
Now, the formation that we now see, General, can you just explain to the Commission whether that was the original formation or not, as discussed at the jog?
Indlela nenhlobo eme ngayo apha sibone ebhodini. Ungakusichazela uba indlela eyayime ngayo ekuqaleni ngale xesha nihleli kwi-jog committee.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe kunjalo mhlala ngaphambili.
So was that the original formation as discussed at the jog?
Yes.
Ingaba indlela eyayime ngayo ekuqaleni xa niyichaza ejog.
Can you just explain how it was envisaged, the deployment was envisaged?
Ungakwazi ukusichazela uba yayivezwe ihleli kanjani xa niyichaza ngayo.
Remembering that the bottom is the south and to your right-hand side is the east, to the top of that slide is the north, and to the left is the east.
Uchaza ukhumbula uba
West.
apha ezantsi kuyi-south, ngapha ngasesandleni sokudla kuyi-east, ngasentla kuyi-north, ngapha ngasandleni sokunxele kuse-west.
Chairperson, this picture depicts when the barbed wire has been placed from the south-northerly direction, and the red vehicles there depicts the nyalas that carried the barbed wire.
Lo mgca ubonayo ukhombisa indlela ucingo oluhlabayo lwalubekwe ngayo. La kubovunyana kukhombisa imoto inyala ezi indlela ezazibekwe ngayo.
And the blue
The
vehicle?
blue vehicles depicts the POP line.
Imoto ezilihlaza zikhombisa imoto zamapolisa umgca owawume ngazo.
And this line, the blue line, the bluish line,
to the northeast, to the northeast of the barbed wire and the blue cars, correct?
Correct, Chairperson, depicts the position of the TRT, STF, and NIU 100 meters away from the POP line.
Okuya kulihlazana kukhombisa imoto ze-TRT apho zazime khona umgama ongange 100 meters ukusuka kuyoqala wecingo oluhlabayo.
Was that the formation as originally envisaged by the special JOCOM?
Ingaba ihlelo lokuqala elazibekwe ngalo ku Jacob
Correct, Chairperson.
kunjani?
Now we will move to a slide that shows how that formation was going to be implemented in a dispersal action. And that takes us to slide 181.
Ngokusabona umboniso okhombisa ukuba oluhlelo lutshintshe kanjani luya kolohlelo kwakuzosetshenzwa ngalo. Slide 181.
Now, we've already established, General, before the tea adjournment, that what we see where there is the letter A there, you see?
Correct,
The letter
Chairperson.
A to the east of the barbed wire, that's where the pop line would have been, correct?
Ukhombisa njengoba besithilo phamba siye uphumla siye ekhefini lethu uba kulandawo ino A kulapho kuya ngase Mpumalanga kusuka kwecingo elo lihlabayo.
The A. Correct, Chairperson.
Ubuthi A unyanisile.
Now, how was it envisaged that the pop line would move with a view to implementing the dispersal action, using the letters A and B and C and D? Just explain to the Commission.
Ungachaza uba yayihlelwe kanjani uba ukusuka apho ku A uba yayizosuka kanjani ukuya pha kuyohlukanisa abantu abo.
The operational commander from A will give the first warning to the protesters that because the barbed wire has already been placed, that they will be given a reasonable time to disperse, and that order will also be interpreted by the interpreter that we had there on that day, in the language that the protesters understand.
Umkomanda obezobe elapha kulandawo ibhalwe ngu A wayizokwazisa abo bantu bahlangeneyo kuba ucingo olwaselufakiwe lihlabayo lukwazile ukwehlukanisa ubachazela uba banikwa ixesha elithile elaneleyo ba bakwazi ukusuka kulondawo kwaye kwakuzoba khona umuntu ozobachazela ngolwimi abaluvayo uba besuke kulondawo.
Now, when we looked at slide 149, which was the deployment, right? The pop line was where A was. Remember?
Correct, Chairperson.
It's now, can you just take the position where, take the Commission through where that line has now moved on this slide?
Njengoba besesibonile kumfanekiso odlulileyo uba ucingo olulwela hambela kudenyana lapho lukhona ungakwazi ukusichazela uba yayilonto yayizowenze kanjani.
After the first command, in encouraging the dispersal process, the POP will be given a command to come to position B and take their position at B point.
Which is more to the north of the slide.
Ukuya ngasentla babeza bebacela emva kuba baxelele uba besuke apho abantu iPOP yayizosuka iye pha kulandawo ibhalwe UB iyothatha indawo zazo ilungiselela ukuqhubeleka nomsebenzi.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlala ngaphambili.
And the TRT, STF, NIU line, where would it have moved from C?
iTRT STF neNUF yayizobe iphi kwelo xesha.
Again, in encouraging the dispersal process, the operational commander will now give a second warning, interpreted in the languages that the protesters will understand. And if still nothing is happening, then the TRT from position C will move 100 meters to position D
In the northerly direction.
in the northerly direction behind the behind the POP, because this one depicts the Nyalas. It will be followed by the water cannons. It will also be followed by the members that will be having this CS stand, as well as the last line of POP, it will be the rubber bullet. 100 meters away from the last line of POP from 100, then D, it will depict TRT, NIU, as well as the STF.
Emva kokuba umkomanda we-POP ekwakhona ebakhuthazile abantu besukile beqhabalakene kule ndawo babekuyo, babezawunyuka baye kulaa ndawo emva kwalaa mgca wokuqala phaya kukhona u-D, then kulandele i-TRT neemoto zayo ezizawube zilayishe amanzi okuzowakhupha. Kulayini yokulandela eyo kube khona abazobe beyilayini yokugqibela kube kuba khona nebullet zerabhara.
So to understand you correctly, General, that the dispersal action would move from the eastern direction and northeastern direction towards the west. In other words, pushing people to go more towards the west. Is that correct?
Ngohlobo oyichaza ngalo kuthi ukuthi abo bantu bezama ukuhlukanisa abantu babaqhabalakisa babezosuka bekwicala elisempumalanga nokuya ngasentla mpumalanga bebatyhilizela kuya ngacala sentshonalanga. Ingaba kunjalo?
Correct, Chairperson. Those blue arrows indicate the dispersal process as well as the sweeping process by the TRT, STF, and the NIU.
Kunjalo mhlala ngaphambili la migca elihlaza ikhomba indlela ebekuza ukwenziwa ngayo xa kuhlukaniswa abantu naxa bezama ukududula beqhutyelwa kuba besuke kule ndawo bakuyo yi-TRT, STF ne-NIU.
Now, you indicated that at the time when the deployment was discussed, the blue lines were not there. When did the blue lines form part of this picture? Do you know?
Uchazile ekuqaleni uba ngeli xesha bekuthethwa ngale ndaba kulo nhlangano bekuyo imigca leya elihlaza ibingekho ibingekabikho. Ungakwazi ukuchaza uba iye yafakelelwa nini ube usakhumbula?
Chairperson, I said to encourage the dispersal and the show of force. After the POP have taken up their position, after the second warning of the operational commander to the protesters, and the operational commander will give a command to the TRT to take 100 meters away from the dispersal line and come at D. That will be at that position of the north.
Njengoba bendichazile uba bazawuthi emva uba umyalezo wesibini ozama ubakhuthaza uba behlukane ukhutshiwe ngukomandari wesibini. Ukomandari wesibini esukile kulaa ndawo ino-C enyukela ngaphaya ino-D ku-100 meters ukusuka lapho kumgca wokugqibela. Kulapho babezoqala khona ukubaphushela phambili.
I'm not going to take you through how the dispersal action was in fact implemented because you were not there, General. You can only comment on what the plan was and how...
It wasn't implemented anyway. As we've been told over and over again, it was disrupted before they got that stage. So,
Anizukubuyisela ukuba icebo elenziwa njani General ngoba wawungekho xa lenziwa. Bendicela uchaze nje uba icebo elo lalihlelwe kanjani.
By an attempted implementation. Chair, may I request that this, in as much as it's got markings, be entered as a new exhibit? Would it be necessary to do that? Because the exhibit L, slide 181, doesn't have A, B, C, and D.
yes, you're quite right. Perhaps we could have I don't know if you've got printed copies now, you can give them to us tomorrow morning, And we will then, Ms. Pillay will prepare overnight to inform us what the exhibit description should be, and then you can hand it in.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Mhlala ngaphambili bendicela uba umboniso lo une la migca nenambari ezingo A B C uthathe njengobungqina obutsha ngoba ekuqaleni ubungekho kungona ukuvela ngokungezeleko. Umhlala ngaphambili uyavumelana naye ba izawenzeka lonto ubusuku banamhlanje kusasa izobe ikhona.
Now, we were still on what was discussed at that special JOCOM, General. You've explained to the Commission that you discussed stage 3 and the implementation thereof. The special JOCOM then ends some, well, is it half an hour hence or an hour hence? What do you then do from the time the special JOCOM ends to the late afternoon?
Singabuyela kula Jacom uba ke besachaza ngayo uba yethini yenzeka ungake uphinde usichazele uba emva kwalo Jacom meeting yakhona wenzani.
According to EE, the meeting adjourned at 1400 hours. Is that your recollection?
Ukuya ngobungqina obubhalwe ngonumber EE inhlangano leyo yaphela ngo4 ingaba kunjalo.
Correct, Chairperson.
Now, you've testified, I think, let me rather ask you this. Later in the afternoon, you said you then went to General Anande about going onto a chopper. What time roughly was that, General, on that afternoon?
Uchaze ukuba ngalonjikalanga uye waya ku General Anadil. Ingaba waya ngabani ixesha?
At about between 15:30 and 1600. That time I went to Major Anande to say I would like to see the dispersal as well also listening to the radio. So whether is there the chopper that is available, and Major Anande said the chopper that is available is the one of the Protea, which...
Okay. Oh, sorry, the interpreter.
The interpreter.
Ndaya ku General Anadeli ngezithuba zemva ecala emva kwensimbi yesithathu ukuya kwinsimbi yesine ndiyothetha ngaye ndifuna nokubona uba icebo elo liqhubeka kakuhle ndiyokwazi nokuba kukhona inqwelo moya elungileyo na kwafumanisa uba inqwelo moya eyakuba khona ngeyeProtea.
Now, between the end of or the adjournment of the special JOCOM and your going to Major General Annandale to talk about going into a chopper, what were you doing in that space of about an hour and a half or so, General?
Kwithuba lasemva koba inhlanganiso leyo yeJOCOM nexesha owayobona ngalo uGeneral Anadil ithuba elingalingana i-hour ne-half ingaba wawusenzani kwelo xesha?
I was still at the jog and listening to what was happening and also giving the command, checking as to whether all members are being briefed and posted.
Ndandise kwase eJOCOM ndimamele i-radio kwaye ndikhupha nemiyalezo ndifuna uqonda noba kuqhubeka na.
Wasn't there a stage at which Mr. Matunjwa came back before you went to the chopper? Or have I got my events the wrong way round?
Ingaba kungelo xesha uMr Mathunjwa ayabuya ngalo okanye mhlambe andivanga kakuhle ingcelo nendlela into ezenzeka ngayo.
Chairperson, I did testify earlier on that Mr. Matunjwa did come and he went back and sent the SMS to Major General Annandale, and Major General Annandale also sent. That was before the special JOCOM meeting.
No, that's not right. Special JOC meeting was 1:30 to 2, as I understand your evidence, in the minutes. If the minutes, I presume, are correct, at least on the times. Now, according to your evidence, you got an SMS from Mr. Matunjwa at about 2:15. In fact, paragraph 46 of your statement, this is your first statement, at page 20 of the bundle, says Mr. Matunjwa returned to the JOC at about 2 o'clock, 1400. That's just at the end of the JOCCOM meeting, and stated he wanted to give the Provincial Commissioner feedback. We advised him he'd give us the report back. He, however, left without informing us the outcome of his meeting with the protesters of the copy. Then you've added something in paragraph 26 of your supplementary statement. We won't worry about that. Then soon after he left, Mr. Matunjwa sent me an SMS at about 14:15. The SMS read, and you set out the SMS, and you showed it to General Annandale, and he said he got a similar one, and you said you tried to call him, but he didn't answer his mobile phone. And Major Annandale undertook to respond to the SMS and typed the message, and Major Annandale has told us about the SMS he sent. You then say, I requested Major General Annandale to contact Major General Naidu at Forward Holding Area 1 and tell him of the SMS and ask him to speak to Mr. Matunjwa before he addressed the protesters, because he's gone back to address the protesters the second time. Major General Annandale contacted Major General Naidu, and Major General Naidu advised that Mr. Matunjwa had already driven past Forward Holding Area 1 by the time General Annandale called. That's what you say in your statement. So that, I take it that's right. And if that's,
Correct, Chairperson.
so therefore you were wrong when you said he came back before the JOC meeting. He came back the first time was before the JOC meeting, and in fact he was still away when the special JOC meeting started. He hadn't come with feedback yet. Then he came back after that, as we've seen from the passage I read to you. And that's the passage I think Mr. Ndlwana wants to get you to tell us. But you've confirmed that that paragraph in your statement is correct.
Correct, Chairperson.
Right, so there's no need for us to traverse that ground again. You agree with what the chairperson has read to you. General,
I'd like
as you are...
to ask you a question about that. It was obviously important to speak to Mr. Matunjwa before he spoke to the protesters again, which is why you asked Major General Annandale to ask Major General Naidu to speak to Mr. Matunjwa. When you heard that he'd driven past Forward Holding Area 1, why wasn't Mr. General Naidu asked to go after him and try to catch up with him before he starts speaking to the protesters? If it was so important that contact be made with him, that's with Mr. Matunjwa, before he addressed the strikers again.
Kuba kubonakala uba kwakubalekile uba uthethe no Mr. Matunjwa phambi kokuba athethe nabaqhankqalazi. Kwenza kanjani uba ningathi nimlandele emva kokuba nivile uba udlulile kuloo ndawo niyibiza ngo-FH1 kuba kwakubaleke kangako uba nithethe naye phambi uba angabe uthethe nabaqhankqalazi?
Chairperson, if in my recollection, when I asked that, it was already said that Mr. Matunjwa is already addressing the protesters. But in one of the members that were there with Brigadier Khalid, they already said that Mr. Matunjwa is about to address the protesters.
If he was about to address the protesters, what exactly was Major General Naidu supposed to tell him?
Chairperson, we actually wanted to know what Mr. Matunjwa wants to convey to the management, not that General Naidu was supposed to tell him something.
Mhlale ngaphambili besifuna ukwazi uba yintoni nale uMr. Matunjwa wayefuna ukuyithetha nabaqhankqalazi.
Major General...
Wayefuna ukuyithetha nabaphathi. Hayi uba umnumzana uNaidu kukhona umyalezo wayefuna ukunika umnumzana Matunjwa.
So was Major General Naidu asked to ask Mr. Matunjwa what he had to convey to management? Is that the message which was given to Major General Naidu, which he couldn't implement apparently, because Mr. Matunja had already passed forward holding Area 1.
ingaba yilono umnumzana uNaidu wayekufuneka ayibuze uba uzawuthini na nabaphathi okuva kwakuba sedlulile kulandawo ebizwa ngo FH1.
Sorry, General, did you mean convey to management or convey to the people on the copy?
General ingaba uthetha uba athethe nabaphathi okanye ezothetha nabaqhankqalazi.
Mr. Matunjo wanted to tell us something, the management, I mean SABS management. That's what I wanted to know. What is that he wants to convey to SABS management?
Omnumzana uMathunjwa kukhona into wayefuna ukuxela abaphathi besipolisa. Yilona ndanifuna ukuyazi ba yintoni nale afuna ukuyixelela thina singabaphathi bamapolisa.
Right. Now, the special JOCOM is finished. You remain at the JOC until the time you go to the chopper. While you're at the JOC, are you getting feedback about how the implementation of stage 3, in other words, the dispersal action, is progressing?
Meeting umhlangano lo weJOC sowuphelile phamba uye uyodibana uyovange uye kwichop kwinqwelo moya ove ubufumana ingxelo ejoyo uba kuqhubeka na ngokuqhutshwa kwehlelo lesithathu stage 3.
Correct, Chairperson. We were receiving the feedback, and while we were receiving the feedback, the dispersal process hasn't yet started, and then that's when then I also went to the chopper.
Besiva ingxelo kwaye uhlelo lokuqhabalanisa babesentabeni lwalungekaqali kungako kwendakwazi uba ndihambe ndiye kulo nqwelo moya.
Are you saying at the time you went to Annandale and talk about a chopper, you hadn't yet heard of whether the dispersal action has started?
Uthe ngeli xesha ubuya ku Annandale ubungekeva uba uhlelo lokuhluka abo baqhankqalazi lwaseliqalile na?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlala ngaphambi.
About what, I know you have difficulty in telling us exactly when you decided to do this, but there must have been some time lapse of some sort before you decided to go and fly over the area to see what was happening. What you say in your statement, paragraph 48, is I remained at the JOC. Later, I informed Major General Annandale I wanted to fly over the area to get a view of what was happening. Now, is it possible for us to ascertain when it was that you left the JOC to go to get into this helicopter?
Njengoba usitsho ukuthi kwaye kwenzeka emva kuba iphelile inhlanganiso le yeJOC waya kumnumzana Annandale uya kwinqwelo moya leyo uba abhabhe ngayo phezulu abone ukuthi isimo sime kanjani na. Ungawazi usixelela uba ixesha lalimisa njani ngoko?
Chairperson, not so much precisely, but what I remember is that it was between 15:30 and 15:55, somewhere there.
Nangona ndingena uba nesiqiniseko kakuhle kodwa ndiyacinga inoba kwakulicala emva kwensimbi yesithathu ukuya kwemizuzu emihlanu phambi kwensimbi yesine.
Let me ask you a follow-up question about that. Your understanding was that the operation was due to commence at 3:30 p.m., that's right?
Mange ndikuqondisa kakuhle ngokukwazi nokuqonda kwakho olo hlelo lolo lwalifanele uba liqale ngecala emva kwensimbi yesithathu ingaba kunjani?
Now,
Correct, Chairperson.
we know that in fact it started a little bit later because Mr. Matunja was still addressing the people, the strikers, and the decision to start it was accordingly held back, or the starting of the operation was held back until he was safely out of the way. But I take it you didn't know that.
Correct, Chairperson.
So I would have assumed that you would have been looking at your watch and you'd have said, well, you thought it in fact started at 3:30. I take it. Is that right? You had no reason to, or could you hear from the radio that messages were coming in that we can't start just yet because Matuna was still there?
Ngoba
Watch this bit.
uhlelo olu lwalumekele uba lungaqala ngecala emva kwensimbi yesithathu kwaye aluzange luqale laluyela rhoxiselwa emva laluyela bambezeleka. Ndiyathemba kuba kusithiwa uMr Mathunjwa usephezulu pha uthetha nabaqhankqalazi. Ndiyathemba uba wawumane ubheka ixesha lakho okanye usiva ngokwasereyidweni kuthethwa uba ngokwezizathu ezithile alikwazi ukuqhubeleka. Ingaba kunjalo?
Correct, Chairperson, and knowing very well what I have said, how I envisaged the dispersal will take place, I knew that there was still going to be the order that has to be given reasonable time, the position of the POP and so on. Then that's what I know, that also has to come in after Mr. Mathunjwa has addressed them, the protesters.
Ewe kunjalo mhlangana ngaphambili kwaye ndandisazi uba kwakungunohlelo olalubekiwe endandisazi uba kufuneka luqale kanjani ngohlobo elalibeke ngalo uba bazawuchithwa kanjani elalizofuneka linikwe ixesha phambi uba liqalile.
And according to your estimation, how much time would those preliminary steps have taken?
Ngokuya ngokuqikelelo lakho ozonzame zokuba kubekho kwenzeka lona zazothatha ixesha lingakanani phambi uba ngabe uqaliswa ukwenziwa okuhlula abo bantu?
Chairperson, most of the time there is determined by the operational commander. But I was always listening on the radio whether it has started or not.
Mhlale ngaphambili ubukhulu becala yonke imiyalelo iye inikwe ngukomanda okhona apho endaweni. Ndandimamele ke ngeradio ndisiva uba seliqalile na okanye alikaqali.
Doesn't really answer the question. How much time did you envisage these steps would take?
Lokuphendula umbuzo ungawuzama ukusho uba kwakulixesha elingakanani elalizonikezwa phambi kokuba kuqalwe ukuchithwa abo bantu?
After Mr. Mathunjwa has addressed 20 to 30 minutes.
Emva kokuba uMr Mathunjwa ethethe nabo kwawungaba imizuzu engamashumi 20 kuya kwimizuzu engamashumi 30.
And prior to making the decision to go up in the helicopter, what reports had you heard over the radio?
Phambi kokuba uthathe isigqibo soba uhambe uyobona inqwelo moya leyo ngeziphi ingqelo oyewazifumana?
When I was on my way to the chopper, I heard on the radio, Chopper 1 said that there is a line of protesters moving towards the TRT. Then I said, no, but the TRT could not be moving to TRT. It could be moving to POP. But that is a report that I had. But I was on my way to the chopper by that time.
I understand you had your handheld radio. Sorry, Mr. Interpreter, carry on.
Xa ndandisendleleni eya kulo nqwelomoya ndeva uba ngokweradio endandiyiphethe kuba kukhona iqela labaqhankqalazi elalisiya apho kwakume khona i-TRT. Kodwa ndathi ayinokwenzeka loo nto kuba kwakufanele uba bangabe baya kwi-POP.
Yes, so I understood you to say, well, you do say in your statement that you and Brigadier Chilwani, who went with you, had your handheld radios with you. Is that right?
Correct, Chairperson.
And is it correct that as you were walking towards the helicopter, before you actually got into the helicopter, you heard a report about the group moving forward, the strikers moving forward? Is that right?
Lana esho uba wathi usesendleleni phambi uba uyofika kulo nqwelomoya weva ingxelo exela uba kukhona abaqhankqalazi abasendleleni eyaphambili. Ingaba kunjalo?
The
That's right.
report was saying the line is moving towards TRT.
Yes, that's right.
ingxelo yayisithi abaqhankqalazi labo baya kwelo cala kwakune TRT khona.
Now, it would seem, from what we've heard elsewhere, that that was the beginning of the charge forward by the strikers towards the police service members who were standing there. That seems to be the evidence that we have. So we can therefore determine, by reference to that message that you heard on the radio, at what time you went to the helicopter. Is that right?
Correct, Chairperson.
Uba ngaba nduvawuhle ingxelo lelo yayitsho ukuba ukhona iqela labaqhankqalazi eliqalisa okanye kwalelo xesha abaqhankqalazi babeqalisa ukuya behlasela kwelo cala kwakhona amapolisa khona kungeli xesha wena usendleleni eya kulo unqwelo moya.
I understand that Mr. Shaskuson has compiled a timeline, which I think is now generally accepted. Can you tell us, Mr. Shaskuson, what the time of that incident is, as far as you can determine it?
Mr. Chair, I'll need a bit more precision on the exact incident to which you're referring. If you're talking about the point at which the protesters advanced on the TRT line to the east of the kraal, in other words, a few seconds before the shooting, I can give you a time.
Yes, that seems to be the time that's being talked about. What is that time?
The shootings themselves we time according to the ETV clock at 15:53:50. So it would be a few seconds before 15:53:50.
Would you accept it? Sorry, that better be translated first.
Ngokwengxelo ebayifumayo ngaba ITP ngokutsho kwa Mnumzana uChakalse waqala ukuya kwixesha lali 15:53:50 kungemizuzwana nje phamba uqalise udutyulo.
Chairperson, I will accept it because what I know is what it was just before 1600.
Yes, that coincides with your evidence. You estimated it sometime between 1530 and
1600, yes.
And it seems as if we've now been able, by reference to what you heard on the handheld radio, as you walked towards the helicopter, been able to determine it with greater precision. Would that be correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Ndingavumelana lo xesha libekwayo kuba nami nalibeke ixesha ukusuka kwicala emva kwentsimbi yesithathu ukuya kwicala ukuya kwintsimbi yesine.
Thank you, Chair. General, did you have any visual aids as you were sitting at the jog? In other words, could you see what was going on the ground when you were sitting at the jog?
No,
Nina
Chairperson.
ingaba ukhona into owawukuye kuncedisa ukubona okanye wawazi ukubona owawusenzeka phaya ngeli xesha usemeetingini yejog.
Now,
Othi ayingekho.
we know that the dispersal action, or rather the unfortunate shooting incident, has not been recorded, or at least the commission doesn't have footage of the shooting in what is now known as scene 2. Correct?
Njengoba sesivile kwaye sisazi iCommission ayinazi miboniso ebonisayo okwenzekayo ngelixesha lokudutyulwa ingaba kunjalo.
Correct, correct, Chairperson.
And there is no police footage of the shooting at scene 1 either, correct?
Kwaye nakwihlandla lokuqala akukho miboniso ebonakalayo ingaba kunjalo.
Correct, Chairperson.
Do you know why?
Kunjalo. Ingaba uyazi isizathu uba kutheni?
Chairperson, there was a time when I was informed that Captain Andriaco did go to the members of the who were taking the video to say that their life is in danger, and as a result of that, and the members went back to the jock.
Anybody ever asked them why they didn't just go to the protected area on the other side of the wire? You know, that was the protected area, wasn't it? The wire was there to protect the police and the media. Did anyone ever ask them why they didn't go there instead of going back to the jock? They could at least have taken some pictures from there, couldn't they?
Kukho ixesha eneva uba uCaptain Adriaco uye waxelela abo bathatha imiboniso uba ubomi babo busengozini. Umhlala ngaphambili uyabuza uba kwakutheni na bangayi ngoba kwakufanele kunendawo ezikhuselekileyo apho abantu abathatha ama-video izithombe okanye ezamapolisa ezikhuselekileyo.
Chairperson, I don't know the reason specifically, but what I know is that they have given a statement that explaining what happened there.
They went back to the jock, doesn't say why they didn't go to the obvious place where they should have gone so they could carry on taking pictures. But anyway, that's something you can't help us on. It's not a matter within your area of knowledge at all. Mr. Ngubwana, it's now 4 o'clock.
Yes.
When you're ready, tell me. We'll then take the adjournment till tomorrow morning, but obviously you can ask such questions as you wish until that moment has arrived.
Yes, just 1 or 2 questions, Chair, that will adjourn, with your leave. You say, General, that the gentlemen involved have provided statement. May I take you to H8 of the statements bundle, bundle B, under flag 14.
Njengoba uchaza uba amadoda awo kune statement ayazibhalisa singake sibuyele apho zibhalwe khona, that is HHB.
It's been identified, I think, as H8. The one is the statement of Mr. Warrant Officer Masinya. I'm looking at the paginated page, the statement beginning at 184. And I'm looking particularly at paragraph 9 of that statement at 185.
Sibhekwe ku paragraph umhlati wethoba ku page 185.
In the interest of time, I'll just read what Warrant Officer Masinya says. He says at the time, he's obviously talking about the 16th, and we know this from paragraph 6 of that same page. Paragraph 9, he says, at the time, all the media was withdrawn because it was the information that we were to be killed. In paragraph 10, he says, I captured incidents inclusive of Matunjwa addressing the miners. We then moved to the back row next to the TRT, and it was around 12 noon. Then in paragraph 11, he gives this explanation. Captain Adrioa of Communication Services said, and he quotes, are you guys from SABC? Yes, Warrant Officer Masinya says. I see he considers himself a Julius Caesar, referring to himself in the third person. You're being identified too as police spies, and you should withdraw from this place, as the miners said they wanted to kill you. You see that?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kumhlati wethoba ithi ngelo xesha abo bendaba baye babuyele emva kuba bevile uba bazawubulawa. Ndiye ndabona apho umnumzana uMathunjwa ethetha nabasebenzi basemayini. Emveni koko siye sahamba saya ngasemva komgca apho bekukhona i-TRT, and ngelo xesha kwakuyinsimbi ye-12 emini amaqanda.
Is that what was conveyed to you at the jock?
uCaptain Adroya wokunxibelelwano uyewabuza wathi nina ningaba nisuka kwisipolisa na, wavuma Warrant Officer Masinya wathi nibona njengabezinhloli bamapolisa and nifuna banisuke kulo ndawo ngoba onomayini bazimisele ukunibulala.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjani?
In the next paragraph, paragraph 12, he then says that they went back to the jock, the shooting started. We heard this because we were listening through the radio at the jock. Now, General, I wish to take you to his second supplementary statement. I'm not sure if that forms part of H8.
uyaqhubeka ichaza ukuthi sesiyabuyela emva saya kwijoko kulapho kwaqala khona udutyulo sikuvile okuba zasimamele kwiradio esejoko ngoku safuna ukubuyela kwesinye istatement obusenze ngaphambili.
And I promise this is the last issue that I deal with. It's pagination 187 in the top right-hand corner. The first page starts at paragraph 2. He refers to paragraph 9 of his previous statement. Then in paragraph 3, this is what he has to say. That on the day in question, I was part and parcel of the media contingent. We were approached by Joseph Matunjwa, the president of AMCO Workers Union. He advised that we should not get close to the striking miners as they are angry and would injure us. He said in isiXhosa, and I quote, "Bazonilimaza laba bantu." You see that?
I see, Chairperson.
Ngolokusuku kuthethwa ngalo ndandi ngomnye weloqela laba thwebuli bendaba. Kwaye kwasondela omnumzana uJoseph Mathunjwa umongameli weAMCO Workers Union. Oye wasicebisa uba singasondeli kwenemayini ababeqhanqalaza ngoba babecaphukile futhi bengasilimaza. Uthi wabe utsho ngesiXhosa kwaye ndicaphula umazini wakhe bazonilimaza laba bantu. Ingaba kunjalo? Uyavuma uthi kunjalo?
Now I see, this is a statement that was deposed in May of 2013. Would you have known that fact of what Mr. Masinya says Mr. Matunja may have conveyed to him while sitting at the jog on the 16th of August 2012?
Into eyivele ngoMeyi ka-2013 ingaba wawungaba nolwazi lento le itsho ngumnumzana uMasinya uba umnumzana uMathunya wayechilo xa babehleli kulo ndawo yayihleli ijoko?
Chairperson, I had it after that.
Mhlali ngaphambili ndiyayiva emveni ngoko.
When did you learn about this specific fact of what Mr. Matunja may have said to Mr. Masinya?
Wayiva nini into ekungaba yayichiwe nguMr. Mathunjwa, sorry.
Chairperson, I learned about it after the incident of the 16th.
Mhlali ngaphambili ndayiva lonto emva kwesenzakalo esenzeka nge-16.
Thank you, Chairperson. If that's an appropriate time to adjourn, I'll take it.
We will take the adjournment until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Oza kube ngomso ngo-9:30 masukumeni.